Yes.
Everybody, I think everybody doesn't. No one cares. The only play is Nvidia.
Some guy was like, Nvidia 560 strike was oh my god, was $112.12 per contract. Who even buys that? I was like, everyone.
So you're saying you could potentially sell the strangle going into earnings?
Oh yeah, I mean that would be the move, right?
Yep.
Well, it depends, right? So for those who are listening in, current price is what, $458? So if we look at Nvidia, this would probably be easier if you could see the screen I was sharing, huh?
Maybe.
Okay.
Oh.
Let me fix that. I hate when Interactive Brokers does this. I don't know why they can't save a fucking screen setting. Anyway, Nvidia earnings is after close. So we want this Friday's expiration. Looking strictly at options pricing at the money, you need the underlying to move roughly 10% in either direction, $50 or so, in order to break even on your long strangle. So if you think the price of Nvidia will move more than $50 up or down, you should buy the strangle. If you think the price of Nvidia will stay within $50 up or down, you should sell the strangle.
I don't think it's going to move like that. I think it's just going to jump $100 in either direction and just keep moving in that one direction. Okay.
And if you're absolutely confident it'll go upsies, just buy the call. But it needs to be at least 485 or so to break even.
I can't wait to see the loss porn tomorrow.
Yeah. This is gonna be interesting tomorrow morning, or just like later today.
Doesn't always tank pre-earnings. Look at last earnings. It went back from 320 to 300. So that's, what is that? 6% down.
Josh Hendo, are you in Nvidia right now, or are you just watching from the sidelines like me? You got shares? Oh. Well, it could be worse. You could have 40% of your entire portfolio in Nvidia right now.
Shut up, I'm trying.
Anyway, that's the math on Nvidia earnings phase if you want to do something about that.
You're closing at Konsku says says they're closing at 3:58 p.m. Holy shit! Oh yeah, that's right. You did it on Intel options. That's right, Josh.
Is anybody in chat or on the call playing NVIDIA earnings today?
I think
honestly curious.
Predator is.
I really wish I was looking from the sidelines, but I am.
I'm waiting for GameStop to put out their press release announcing the date of earnings, which is the press release is anticipated to drop today or tomorrow. And then I'll have roughly a week and a half to play the Vega.
I sold a $400 cash secured put on NVIDIA. Got some nice premium on it. I'll either get the shares or I'll get the premium and keep my capital and redeploy elsewhere.
Hi, Scald.
Hello, Scald.
So he comes in, unmutes his microphone, mutes his microphone, then unmutes it again, and then leaves.
I
Great
think the
talk.
corn got him.
Yeah. Great talk.
He's got issues with his microphone on his new Apple phone sometimes. So, and I've experienced that too, even on Android. Sometimes I have to log out and log back in because the mic doesn't work.
Oh.
Puts on Discord?
I mean, is
Or
Discord
Apple.
publicly traded? I mean, don't we have new Apple products coming out later this year? In September, I believe.
Yeah, actually there are. I think there's a new iPhone coming out this year.
I believe so. Let me check. Yeah, the Apple 15. That's what it is.
iPhone 15. Yeah. Yep.
They're gonna. Where is it?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sure.
Excellent. I see the topic of today is AMC ate my crayons.
Yep.
Yeah,
I got some breaking news. If y'all are interested.
well, fire it up.
India becomes the 4th country to land on the moon with their Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
Is that confirmed?
Yes, confirmed. They just landed on the moon's south pole.
I see.
Excellent.
Well, I think we're going to send actual humans back to the moon here soon. Show
We're
everybody
going
what.
to have the first woman on the moon, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, a.m. Eastern. I don't know what they're planning on doing with it when it's on the moon.
It's just a snub to Russia.
Well, it's pretty easy to snub Russia when they crashed it into the moon.
I believe the term is a rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
Well, no, they just they literally accidentally I guess they turned on the thrusters a little too much when they were landing it. And they just, essentially...
If they turned on the thrusters too much, it would have rocketed away from the moon.
I meant when they were landing the craft.
Thrusters point at the moon, which means it slows it down as it approaches the moon. So if
Well,
they
it wasn't
overdid the
slowing down.
thrusters, the thrusters, it wouldn't have landed on the moon. It would have skipped.
True, yeah.
Unless the thrusters were installed upside down.
Well, that could have been entirely possible. I don't know. The craft is no longer...
Robocosmos has their issues, but they're not that bad.
Well, they did end up crashing it on the moon, though.
Anyway, for those who didn't hear me explain this on Monday, my next anticipated speculative long options trade is the GameStop earnings announcement whenever that comes out. Now, last quarter, GameStop announced their earnings on May 30 after market close. Or rather, they put out a press release announcing the date of their earnings after May 30's close. So on May 31, you would have been able to buy why is this scale off? You would have been able to buy GameStop contracts for 25 cents a share, approximately, the 35 strike, and then sell it for something around 48 to 50 cents a share the day before earnings. And the reason why is solely because of the increase in implied volatility. So, when the IV goes up faster than the theta brings the price down, you have almost guaranteed tendies. And I intend to repeat this using the excess cash I earned from selling contracts during the quarter on GameStop for this upcoming earnings report. And I also intend to be flat before market close on earnings day. They did not announce, but last year they announced 1.5 weeks prior to the earnings date. And it was Thursday, August 25. So this year, that Thursday is August 24. So I'm anticipating either today after close or tomorrow after close that GameStop will formally announce the date of their earnings, at which point I'll put up maybe 70% of my intended cash that Friday at market open, and then ladder in going into earnings. This is a screenshot of the options data from the last, or this is a SQL interface showing the options data during the last quarter's earnings run-up. So this will probably end up becoming around 14-15% of my portfolio. Depends how the short contracts end up going at the end of market tomorrow. But keep in mind, this is the excess return I have over SPY on the GameStop trade. So all the profit I've earned during the quarter selling contracts against GameStop secured by cash and shares will be used in this trade. Does that make sense? So I'm still only risking house money.
Going to be 50% of your portfolio after it's done. You're expecting it to move that much.
Last time it happened, I effectively doubled that money. So 15% of my year-to-date gains are about 48%. So I'm going to take a chunk of that, which is about 15% of my portfolio, which is the 15% in excess of SPY's return just on this ticker. And I'm going to use that cash to see if I can accelerate it. No, Charming. I'm still going to sell covered calls, but instead of selling on that Monday, I'm going to sell probably on the day of earnings to maximize IV crush. Keep in mind also, for anyone else who wants to repeat this strategy, my net of all the contract selling, my effective share price at the moment is around $8 a share. That is to say, if I had the sum of all the theta that I've earned, plus the money I would receive from selling the shares, I effectively can sell the shares for $8 a share each and break even.
Hey, Hardy. So question, and you may have said it doesn't, and the signal cut for me instead of for everybody. But is your plan just to sell covered calls, or are you also going to have long calls as part of that strategy?
Let me try to elaborate. I have some number of GameStop shares. I intend to sell calls closer to the money against those shares or secured by those shares, so I could earn whatever the IV crush ends up being. In addition to those calls, I'm going to use a relatively small amount of my earnings because of this short option strategy to buy the furthest out of the money options that I can, the one that has the lowest delta to Vega ratio, so that I can capitalize on the change in implied volatility. So if you look at the previous run-up from May 30 to June 7, which was last quarter's earnings press release and earnings announcement, IV went up 300% effectively. So that 300% gain in IV multiplied by the Vega was faster than the 8 days it took multiplied by the theta. I'm not a bag holder, Conchu. My effective buy price is below the current price of GameStop.
And what date expiry on those calls would you be looking at?
First expiration after earnings, but they need to formally announce the earnings date.
Of course. Okay. Thanks, Hardy. Oh, Hardy, any plans to restart the blog now that I think you've mentioned?
I do intend to restart
Nice.
the blog. The first step was getting this interface stood up so that I can now tie into it using the backend code for that website. And I'm trying to use the historical cross data to, in addition to identifying when a cross occurs of gamma max or delta neutral, project based on prior crosses the distribution of the subsequent reaction. So let's say Tesla crossed gamma max. The last 10 crosses, it bounces off of gamma max between 3 and 8%. You can then price your options contracts based on a 3 to 8% move. Does that make sense? And you can adjust within that range. So let's say 70% of the time it's at least 4%. So you price your options contracts, or you find options contracts at a price that a 4% move gives you your preferred ROI. Does that make sense? So I'm still working on generating those summary statistics at scale, and setting up this database is the first step in that process. And just to give you a sense of the scale of data that currently lives here, I have 947 million rows of options data to troll through, or to trawl through. So it, for those of you who are familiar with data engineering, you can understand how large that is, especially for a single server environment.
Sounds tasty. Looking forward to it, Hardy.
Daily, end of day. So it's about 5,000 tickers, representing 1.5 million contracts every day for several years. This data introspecting sloth is on one of my servers. I don't really need that much data. It's useful to see multi-year trends, especially from pre-COVID through to post-COVID. So if a strategy that worked pre-COVID continues to work post-COVID, it's implied that it is not as sensitive to market rhythm or market biases as other strategies might. But yeah, having access to this data is huge. Oh, absolutely.
Have you ever thought about monetizing on that? Not that I selfishly want to have to pay access for it, but it sounds like pretty hard work going into it that you may get a make some return on.
I pay like 60 grand a year for this data. So
wow.
I don't believe my license allows me to resell it, but I can share analyses off of it, which is what drives the Half on a Double website.
Nice. Well, I wish you much success, my friend.
So just to get a sense of what exists, I have the tickers, I have the underlying price, I have the strike, expiration, all that stuff. So I have the volume and open interest, and these are the official numbers that are reported to Oprah. Why would I do that, Nate, when that $60,000 a year generates me even more money? Anyway, for those of you who are asking about Half on a Double, this is a large reason why I haven't been able to keep up to date.
I'd buy it.
Does anyone else want to know if there are tickers which can process that, which can apply the same strategy, where Vega, the increase in implied volatility multiplied by the Vega, outpaces the theta?
Have you ever taken a look at Rocket Lab, RKLB?
But to answer a quick question in the chat. One moment. If anyone knows a better UI for a DuckDB powered database, I'm all ears, because Metabase kind of sucks. So, let's see. Also, you can do, the highest strike is easier just because the delta to Vega ratio is relatively small, but there's no reason why you can't do this for lower strikes. The biggest impediment is just the liquidity. So, using the 35 strike from last earnings, when the earnings came out, I had enough liquidity to buy maybe 200 contracts. And then as we got closer to earnings, I could probably buy up to maybe 1,000 contracts before dumping it all just before market close. If we look at the 34, I can only really buy maybe 3 contracts to maintain my liquidity requirements so that I can get out of the position if I need to. And as we go down the list, pretty much the same story. But fairly consistently, you can, the day after the press release, buy at the market and almost double your money the day of the earnings. So it's definitely not limited to the highest strike, but your biggest profits will come from the highest strike. Does that make sense, Orso? Cool. Someone asked about Rocket Lab. Have a look. What specifically did you want to know about Rocket Lab?
I think he was asking in the context of using the GameStop strategy with other tickers. Like you asked
When
that
was their
question.
last? When was that last earnings day? Does anyone know?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. I think it was August 18th. I know it was that week. Hold on, I'll check.
August 8th?
Yeah, I was open 10 days. The 8th.
Youngish, half on a double will eventually start posting plays. The first step to getting that is making the data more accessible to a bunch of algorithms. And that's the purpose of what you see currently being shared on the screen. I should probably post an announcement to the website just so that everyone can have that question answered. Does Rocket Lab publish the a press release announcing their earnings dates?
You mean like when they're gonna have an earnings, or just the press
Correct.
release
So
related to? Yeah.
When they announce their earnings, because GameStop, for example, GameStop puts out press releases announcing the date of earnings. So in this case, I had basically 7 days of IV increase to enjoy relative to Vega, or relative to Theta. Does Rocket Lab do the same? Because if they do, great. If they don't, that might be a problem.
So I'm looking into it. To be honest, I don't know off the top of my head. I just know like whenever like the brokerage platforms say it's gonna happen, but I'm looking into it too.
Financial results. This is the press release that actually announces the financial results. I do not see. Oh, here we go. So they announced the second. So on July 6th, they announced their next earnings would be August 8th. Cool. So August 8th, the first expiration is August 11th. So I want July 26th to August 11th for Rocket Lab. Seven. Let's do 5, and then August 11th. I want expiration. Admittedly, this gets boring quickly. 0811. And I want calls. Okay, let's see how that goes. Yeah, Metabase is the front end. It's just this is a visualization tool powered by DuckDB, and then DuckDB is a file scanner. The best way to describe it. Now, if I wanted real-time data, I would be paying easily $4 or $5 million a year for it. What I find interesting is that there's a waiting list. People can't read. Okay. Sorry, I just had to deal with someone at the door. It looks like the August 11 expirations didn't come out until July 27. But even then, the implied volatility was insane. Why is that? So part of the problem why the same strategy for Rocket Lab would not work, or for GameStop would not work for Rocket Lab, is the open interest is basically nothing. So there's not enough of a market or not enough liquidity to apply that same strategy.
Yeah, and actually, now that you mention it, I remember that it was actually around early to mid-July that they actually began selling weekly contracts on on the ticker. Before then, they only had expiries once per month.
So if we go a little lower, Rocket Lab around earnings would have been $7. So I don't think you would have been able to apply the same strategy anyway. Ivy goes up, but Vega's very low compared to Ivy. All right, someone asked about Lulu. Do we know when Lulu announced their earnings, if at all? Leading departure, you don't know the date that the press release is released, so you have to buy after the press release comes out. The reason why I pay relatively little money is because I'm getting end-of-day data well after the fact. Spite Muffin or Smite Muffin, if you want to know what I know, first of all, I've got at least 10 years on you. Second, the best way to get started is to look up a book, Options, Futures, and Other Derivatives by John C. Hull. Get the 10th edition or later. All right. Was anyone able to find Lulu's press release for earnings? Because they announce the conference calls and the results, but they don't seem to announce when the next earnings result will be. The last earnings was June 1. So there would have been a press release prior to June 1 announcing the call or the earnings release. Okay, found it. So May 18. So Lulu, if June 1 was the announcement, then that means the expiration would have been June 2. The announcement is May 18. And the earnings would have been June 2. Yeah, Tiger, just so you know, I look for the actual press release on the investor relations site. I don't trust anything else. Because some earnings announcement websites are not as open about estimated earnings dates. Correct, CB, but the reason why I need the previous quarter is so we can see how profitable it would be to buy the highest out the money strike in anticipation of Vega and Ivy increase. Oh, I agree. We would need to find others. But the goal is to identify which tickers, in addition to GameStop, perform similarly. And yeah, if anyone has a good resource for an analytics database that's faster on single servers querying, happy to try and implement that instead. Because, well, you see how long it takes to scan through roughly a terabyte of data, even when you use Parquet and compress it. Probably not, but we can look at NVIDIA shortly. The advantage of DuckDB is that I can run it in parallel. So I basically assign a DuckDB instance to an individual file and then run this query at the same number of times as there are files. So in theory, I can parallelize the querying and return the results much faster. The server that powers this has 32 threads, and even then, that's not really enough. Okay, so let's see. So this is the wrong ticker. This is the right ticker. Okay, cool. So it doesn't look like you would make much money doing that on Lulu. If it can beat DuckDB competition double, I'm happy to attempt implementing it. The biggest one is it would need to run single server. I don't have a proper Kubernetes cluster up, and I'm at the point where I'm saturating network I/O, so the data would need to be on node. But yeah, it looks like the strategy wouldn't work for Lulu. And even then, if you go from May 18 to June 2, IV does not really well, it does actually increase meaningfully, but not faster than theta decreases the value of the options. DM me competition double. I'll explain in greater detail the parameters, please. Okay, if you want me to do a ticker, I'm happy to, but I needed 4 things. 1, a press release announcing the date of the earnings, so we know how early you could have gotten in with certainty. And then the earnings date and the press release date, along with a ticker. So whoever asked about JWN, if you could please find the rest of those data points. So, Kaiwa, this is a series of Parquet files which are queried using what amounts to a query engine. There's no indexing. Mainly because the size of the index basically would end up becoming the size of the data itself. Only for you, Predator. Someone asked about NVIDIA. Let's have a look. I don't see NVIDIA formally announcing their earnings via press release. Last earnings was May 24. So it would need to have been before May 24. Yeah, it doesn't look like NVIDIA, what's it called? Formally announces the earnings date. So that's not something I could apply to this strategy. Thank you, Legitimate Papaya. And I assume you have the press release link? Papaya, I need the previous earnings report, not the one that hasn't happened yet, so we can see what the growth in IV and Vega would have been. So whatever the press release was prior to May 31, I think is their earnings.
Hey, good morning, y'all. I just wanted to come up and point out, I don't know if you guys talked about it, probably not. Just want to come up and point out how Ree was crushing it yesterday. They had an 8% gain. I guess they had good earnings.
The NVIDIA day, everybody.
Okay, so looking at Nordstrom, which I think is JWN, there's hardly any open interest. I mean, IV goes up, which is good, but because there's no open interest, it's hard to make any, it's a little tricky to make any, what's it called? Any profit on this trade.
Hey Hardy, is this your platform?
This is my data and my platform, yeah.
That's pretty cool. Who's your data broker?
It's, Oprah.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man. I'll check it out.
Nobody tell them the price.
I mean, I was scraping off of TD Ameritrade for a very long time, like building my own database for SPX and QQQ. Like that's essentially like mostly what I trade.
Understood. This is
but-
every single ticker, every single options contract.
Right, and that's what I'm seeing. And I know Polygon sells it as well, so I was thinking of going with Polygon, but I'll check out.
Polygon data is not accurate.
How so?
They are not using the authoritative source on close pricing. They're 2 or 3 layers removed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Thanks, man.
Yeah, there's hardly any open interest in Nordstrom, so I'd be very careful if you wanted to trade Nordstrom earnings using this strategy. All right. So we'll find another way to handle this. And part of the trouble is with this query scanner is it times out in Metabase. So if anyone knows how to increase the timeout for DuckDB DuckDB powered Metabase querying, I'm all ears.
Oh yeah, because we know how to do that.
And there are some wrinkles among these brains. I said so.
Rylar, I saw your post about John C. Hall. That's a classic. Another one I like is the Option Traders Hedge Fund. No, you don't have to get the first edition. Someone just asked in the comments. You can get whatever edition it is. They're all pretty good. So in that one, as it says in the description, it's a hedge fund manager and option trading coach. Shows you how to earn steady, reliable income by selling options and managing your portfolio trades. Running your option portfolio is a real business with consistent and steady returns. It's basically Theta Gang with extra steps. But those extra steps also make you more money. So yeah.
Make you more money or save you from more losses?
Both. They're the same thing, right?
No, one increases, the other stops decreasing.
Right. No, it's a mix of the two.
Can you hear me?
No.
I guess I need a new mic because I was talking a couple times before.
Oh, were you? Okay, yeah, we didn't hear you until just now.
Yeah, when Nerdbond was talking about Ree, I was like, no, the earnings date's August 29th, and then he didn't say anything, so I was like, oh, I guess that no one can hear me.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Okay, yeah.
So they haven't had earnings yet?
No, they keep pushing it without mentioning anything, but the last time they had earnings was like May 15th, so all the brokers assumed that it was going to be August 15th, but then they keep like waiting till the last minute to announce their earnings. So they haven't posted any numbers yet, but I'm just assuming things have bottomed because like they're at around 20 cents a share now, and Wells Fargo's price target was 25 cents, so they're hovering in that range. And I'm thinking that just because they're still in a pre-revenue phase, that's why they're trading so low. So
yeah, like
a lot's riding on this upcoming earnings.
Yeah, but like pushing your earnings is usually bad. Like,
but it wasn't really announced that they were pushing it. It's just that it ended up being later than estimated.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hope it goes well. I just noticed they went up. They had an 8% gain yesterday.
Yeah, and I think it was like 4 or 5% the day before that. I'm thinking they may have bottomed out, and people are waiting for this earnings result to see what the next move is. So if they beat expectations, which is possible because they've only missed once. Every other report they've done really well. So now they have enough cash to burn through to get to the point where they're going to be shipping out orders, but if they do need to take on debt, it's not going to look good for them. So I think they're kind of like at a point where if they can get through the end of the year, ship out orders, get revenue in before they have to take on debt, that's going to affect whether the stock price is going to go up. So hopefully they'll get to over $1 and stay on the NASDAQ. But that's the other thing they're up against is they have NASDAQ gave them a 180-day extension that expires in November. So if they can't get above $1, they either have to get another extension or go over the counter. And that's my real.
I'm going to be honest with you. I see an OTC REIT happening.
Well, I mean, is Mullen there yet? I think they're doing better than Mullen at least.
Well, I mean, like, why don't they do a split?
They likely will, but I think they're trying to avoid that as best they can. So they have until November. So I don't think they're going to do a reverse split until then, unless they go too close to.
Have they done it before?
No, they've never split. They start when they IPO'd. It was around like I think it was around like $15 a share, and they've just been declining since then because they're still ramping up production.
Fortunes were lost.
Yeah, but the funny thing is the insiders haven't been selling; they've been holding on, and you can look at the trading history to see that. But enough about Re. What else you guys got for the next 10 minutes?
I think I was trading AMD yesterday in sympathy to NVIDIA.
I mean, the same can be said about so many companies. It's ridiculous.
Well, the thing that's
80,
always
95% down. I mean, it's, yeah.
The thing that's always stood out to me is just from looking at their balance sheets. They've been cash positive and without relying on any debt. So I think
I have a couple research on a lot, but I would, they look a lot more attractive than Mullen does. If that's the easy bet. I'd rather bet on Re than Mullen.
Yeah, and considering that like the vehicles Re's putting out is more for commercial purposes, that has more of like a need in the market than luxury EVs.
Now they just need to hook up with like a company that's gonna, put out a bunch of like self-driving cars,
Yeah, I was hoping. I mean, Rivian beat them to the punch with Amazon. It would have been nice to see. I mean, maybe they could do stuff overseas for other shipping companies, but that would have been nice if they got their vans a contract with Amazon.
All right, AVGO in sympathy to NVIDIA. I like this because it's $8.55.
And at the end of the day, it's still a meme stock, and their ticker name is Re, so that's also part of the fun.
I posted an article in chat earlier about Tesla. They're down because production is down at their German plant. So that's the reason for that decline.
Y'all, I work next to train tracks, and these things make me nervous as hell. Train is whipping through here this morning.
What is this? Forever a gunner? Did people already discuss the Panama Canal issue? 3% of the world's shipping is delayed right now. Yeah, that's not good. It's experiencing a drought and causing canal shipping issues. Anyway, 5 minutes. I still really like NVAX. It is up 27% in 2 days, though, so maybe wait for a pullback. I got calls expiring 9/22, so I'm not too worried. I had 10s yesterday, and I sold them for 400, like a 400% gain, so I got rid of them, but I have 12 50s for 9, which is kind of far out of the money.
Enough Hasbro news, right?
There was major news.
And you haven't gone into it yet?
I think people are tired of hearing it, so I'm trying not to spam the same thing every day.
We got like 200 people eager and waiting for Hasbro. See it in the chat.
I mean, it was up 7% yesterday. I'd like to hear a thesis. 8%, wasn't it?
Fine, they got another upgrade from Bank of America. Pretty
That's
much
great.
on exactly what I said they were going to get upgraded off of. Magic the Gathering selling too well. Baldur's Gate 3 selling too well. And apparently Monopoly Go is the top grossing app on the Apple Store, which I did not have on the bingo card.
That's a nice surprise.
So they're making a lot of money. And a few of those are licensing deals, so it costs them nothing. They just sit back and collect that cash.
Has Rivian been spammed here yet? We've talked about it a little bit.
Monopoly Go is a mobile game. I know nothing about it. I think it's supposed to be like Monopoly plus Clash of Clans somehow. I don't know.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But yeah, Hasbro, go Burr. I'm pretty excited about it. It almost takes the sting out of my Dole holdings. If I had bought Dole in the last few months, I would be big concerned right now. But I didn't. My average share price is $8.50.
Alex Rocco at least 200 times.
See what happens.
Yeah, why did the Dole drop a bit after that last report? I thought it was good.
It was just like an all right report. They've got some other stuff going on. One of the things is the fires may have impacted their... It's unclear right now how much the fires may have impacted some of their Hawaiian harvests. So there's some speculation around that. And then I think they could have gotten better forward guidance than they had. So, one of the things that was driving Dole up was the fact that they were completely vertically integrated. And as shipping prices come back down, that is less and less of a unique
advantage.
Well, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
They should have talked up their fleet more. Can't they set their own prices?
They should have talked about AI being used to harvest bananas or something.
The cost of the fleet still has things like fuel, crew, maintenance. And
Yeah.
if other shipping companies can afford to outbid Dole for those same supplies, the fleet effectively isn't free.
Ah, I got you. Rad, do you have anything to report about AMC? I've seen a few people asking about it.
We all know what's going to happen. They're going to dilute the living F out of it, right? That's AMC's life. Apes converting, and then they're going to do a 10-to-1 split and use that to raise cash. It's a $2 billion company with $5 billion in debt.
So why are people confused by that then? If it's so
I don't know,
obvious.
because it's going down a ton and people are wondering why, and the answer is because they're
Hedges.
anticipating dilution. Like, I'm sorry, guys. They're going to keep that company alive off the back of selling you shares.
I don't think they want to hear that.
Yeah, me neither.
Market's open.
I had to dip out for a second, y'all. Like, I had to get a video of this train carrying all this like hazardous crap through Atlanta. They were going way too fast. Anyway.
Look at the spy go.
Oh, I got something for you guys. Did you guys see the activity down there in the Caribbean?
What activity is that?
Yeah, I'm gonna need much more specific than that, man.
I think I'm pretty sure there's like 4 or 5 storms like out in the ocean right now.
Oh
like
yeah, yes.
Like starting to whip up down there.
Where's Generac man with his Generac plan? Generators.
Yeah.
Where you at? People that trade on hurricane season?
Yep. This is their bread and butter, right? It's happening.
So
I don't think it's going to be a calm year.
The thing I would wonder with storms, is a regional storm, because right, like these hit an area, it might hit like the state of Florida or New York or whatever, but is that enough to push a giant business's bottom line significantly enough?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Especially oil. Anything that comes out of that region. If it has an effect on, I mean, it's going to have effect on anything that comes out of that region. I mean, a lot of stuff like oranges are grown other places, but like, I mean, there's still stuff that is specific to the region.
So I don't mean
it's going to hit, like, especially oil.
So I don't mean
So
things
you mean
like that. I
it-
mean like Generac. Like, is it enough of Generac's business if the state of Florida is buying a few more generators than normal? Is that a large enough business?
Yeah. They're definitely gonna move. That'll move a generator. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So here's gonna be my argument for Generac, who I've been trading for the last 2 years, right around hurricane season, and in my opinion, it's a successful trade or direction to trade. Lowe's, Home Depot, Generac. Generac expanded last year into like providing. I think they bought Ecobee, which is like the home temperature monitors and stuff like that. So they're spreading out from just generators into some like associated areas as well.
And this is what you say, Generac?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my whole feeling on those companies, and the reason why, that discussion of like, can it affect the bottom line of the business? You have to consider the fact that like this is one of the biggest pieces of news of Florida is that the storage were pulling out of Florida because of the cost of installing buildings down there with, because of things like hurricanes. On the other coast, right, you've got California getting hit with the first serious hurricane it's had in 80 years, right? So any insurer who has basically tried to reduce their risk by having business on both coasts is probably going to get hit super hard this year for the first time, which means that they're going to be super tight on paying out cash for these buildings and these damaged properties. Insurers are going to be looking for every opportunity not to pay this year. If Florida gets hit hard, you better believe it's going to affect people's bottom line.
I'm interested to see what happens, because Florida's lost a lot of business just based off of its political policies. So I'm really interested to see what happens if they get hit by a really, really huge storm.
Can I be honest with you? I don't think Florida's lost any business based on its political policies. I think a lot of people get like super hype about politics, and politicians try to remain relevant. So they say that everything that happens because of them. That shit happens because of money. Okay? I mean, honestly, like, politicians don't do shit 90% of the time, and they just take credit for what the market does by itself. Like, I've never seen anyone successfully trade on politics before. Even trying to fucking trade in a court, like, with politicians is not successful. They're just people who just want to stay relevant. But they're honestly...
I would
like,
just say, I wouldn't say that I trade off of politics, but I would certainly say that politics affect the rumor mill. Politics has an effect on, certain industries a lot more than others. Sometimes an industry is just waiting for a bill to pass before it's, sometimes an industry is just one bill away from being conceptualized. So I don't know. I guess you can't trade on politics. You're right, but I mean,
here's the thing: you can trade on policy. That's a real thing, right? You can trade on the actual actions of the government. You can't trade on partisanship and what politicians are saying. You can trade on what they do. That's legit, right? But that's not politics. That's function of the government, right? You can look at if what you're saying is you're looking at what the government is doing, and you're trading based on that, then by all means, yeah, that's a good move. But like all the fucking subterfuge and the bullshit of politicians just talking about, like what's going on is like nothing happens based on that.
So I will say, Trash Panda, one trade you can make related to politics that's usually pretty consistent. When the Democrats control all three branches of the government, guns tend to do well just because people get worried they're going to ban guns. But you're right, in general, it's not great, but there are a couple things like that that are a little more predictable.
Yeah, I agree with that statement, and it's
you can't argue with that.
Which is funny because it's the opposite of what people think. People would think, oh, Republicans in control, guns will do well. It's actually the opposite because everyone thinks they're going to get banned.
Yeah, guns will actually drop when Republicans are in control because there's less risk of a ban.
Yeah, what's a catalyst? What is a catalyst?
It's just people purchasing out of fear. I mean, it's the same thing, but it's the same concept that we use for like the hurricane buying, right? So people are going to start looking at buying generators. They're going to start looking at making significant improvements to their homes, preparing for storms. So fear buying is going to drive, the value of stocks like Lowe's, Home Depot, and generators. And then on the back end, the people who actually get hit are going to have necessity buying.
Also something to keep in mind, if a major storm does hit somewhere, like let's say there's a major hurricane in Florida, when FEMA sets up, they will set up booths intentionally in a Home Depot or a Lowe's. So the people are directed there and then wind up purchasing from there. Now, they can't tell them to buy specific products because the government can't endorse products, but it does get people into the store that they're operating out of.
Oh, there really are 4 hurricanes in the Franklin, Gert, and Emily. Who named Gert? Someone was slacking on the hurricane naming. It's more of a noise than a name.
All I know is Hurricane Hillary didn't hit Mar-a-Lago, and that could have been the greatest meme ever, and whoever named it needed to wait until one was going towards Florida Mar-a-Lago and call it Hillary. I'm very disappointed.
Oh yeah, they would have gone nuts with that. Hurricane Hillary bears down on Trump's
Bro,
estate. Anyway,
bro, they
Hillary set
can't
to
do that.
destroy
They
Mar.
can't. They're not gonna do.
Sadly, they set the names ahead of hurricane season, so they can't pick which one goes where.
Come on,
Freaking
don't
hilarious.
you want to see the title "Hillary bearing down on Mar-a-Lago, set to destroy"?
right.
I want to see the title.
So what do
Hillary
we what do we think of this Nicaragua news that Become a Weapon posted? Apparently, Nicaragua is going to allow Russia to place a military base there. I think we need to bring Nicaragua some freedom, because that's in our backyard.
AFP.
Ooh, freedom.
Technically, we already did, and that's why they're inviting us.
You know,
Bring them
freedom is
freedom
expensive.
again. Anyway,
Well,
the
that
work of
depends on-
democracy
they have-
never ceases.
How much oil does Nicaragua has? Because that strongly correlates to how much freedom they need and for how long.
True. But someone was asking about guns. I'm personally a big fan of POW, POWW. They are one of the few publicly traded ammunition manufacturers. They're not doing so great. They're really, really cheap
That's
right now.
that's just a beautiful name, though. That's just such a awesome ticker.
Yeah, it's POW
I can't-
Ammo Incorporated.
I can't-
Is literally, yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
They own gunbroker.com and they do a lot of online sales of guns. They also actually manufacture ammunition. So I'm bullish on these guys.
Let me know when they come up with a company called Pew Pew, and then I will invest in that.
Actually, Pew Pew is the official provider to the Space Force, so it's already set.
Right,
Bang.
Tesla
would be.
Tesla rebounded a lot from pre-market lows. I got a 250 call expiring Friday. Got in at $37.
AMC is pushing under $2. This is a crime. I can't believe it's allowed. Somebody has to call the government.
Yeah, it's deep. I think that if they, whatever argument they had about shorts not being able to close is pretty, any shorts that supposedly opened a long time ago under $5 is like, well, they could easily close us now, and make money.
Chat, I really suggest you don't put money into AMC. The whole purpose of APE is to open up $2 billion in available dilution that they're going to use.
I think any kind of profit from AMC will be to holders, maybe 5 to 10 years down the line, possibly. And that's there's a lot of things that go into that. You're betting on the movie business. And, they've pretty much thrown out the whole manipulation thesis, which is unfortunate because I do think AMC is manipulated. To the extent that, they think it is. Maybe not.
Internally?
I have shares of AMC that I'll probably never look at again. They're gonna die in there. It's not a lot. It's not a proper bag, but it's not worth me messing with. I think I got like 30 or 40 shares or something. I don't know. I DRS them years ago, like a year and a half ago, a long time ago. Oh, they extended the deadline for the planned vote for Bed Bath & Beyond. It's supposed to like be a deadline a couple days ago, I guess, for them to, officially vote on it, and it was extended another 3 months.
I thought September 12th was their final court date.
I think it got extended. I think there was some sort of a deadline for objections. I don't know. I think there were objections.
Is there even a play left on Bed Bath & Beyond at this point, though? I mean, like, it's pretty much.
I mean,
it's fucking dead.
It's not a zero. So, I mean, if it was dead, it'd be a zero. So, I mean, people are still invested in it. I would say. But,
anybody watching Apple right now?
I wouldn't put any. I'm not going to put any more money into it. I actually made money off of it. Now I'm just kind of interested to see what happens.
Wait, you made money? You mean you sold? You hedgy scum.
I did.
Alright, it sounds like Scald had a real topic.
Well, somebody noticed that there was no gun-related ETFs, so I just sort of made my own and posted it in the comments. PAL Online Gun Sales, AOUT for outdoor hunters, BGFV for outdoor hunters, SWBI Smith & Wesson, RGR is Ruger, and Strum Corporation. Axon is military and police small arms. OLN is a chemical company, but their Winchester division makes ammunition. They actually own the Winchester ammunition brand. And then lastly, VSTO is just another hunting and competition shooting brand. Oh, Bang. What is Bang? Bang's good.
No, I'm saying if you're making your own ETF, I was suggesting you name it Bang.
Name it Bang.
Yeah, Bang is a fantastic ticker.
That would be a great ticker. Bang. So, all right, now I just need to come up with the $117,000 needed to create my own ETF.
The onomatopoeia.
Hey, what do you guys think about Best Buy? They report next week, and they actually closed a store in my area, which is actually the area that they closed it in is definitely a TV buying area. And they report next week, and the last few times I've been there before they closed that store, the shelves are pretty barren. I think they might have issues. I don't know. Circuit City.
Wait, what is a TV buying area? Define
Best
area.
Buy. No, I'm just saying, like as far as like when you go buy a TV, you want to go see that motherfucker, right? So it's the area that this Best Buy closed in. It's like it's a high end area, and it's just I don't know if they're just trying to maybe consolidate to each county or something.
You like suburban, like city, like are you?
Yeah, it's in Palm Beach. It's in Palm Beach.
White collar.
Yeah, totally white collar.
I thought someone said white power. I was like,
no, not fucking
what
white.
Upper middle.
Oh, God.
Upper middle crust, baby. Upper middle crust.
White collar. Okay.
It's just a bunch of people that play options and make a lot of money, and but it's just surprising me that they shut down. Are they trying to go to online only, or?
I wonder what the ratio.
They pay a dividend. They pay a decent dividend. I can see them squash the dividend.
I wonder what the ratio in WallStreetBets is. White collar to blue collar.
I mean, it seems pretty diverse in here, honestly. Like, when
I think so
talk about their
too.
background,
I think it'd be hard to guess. I think it'd be hard to guess.
Yeah, it's diverse in here.
So on the topic of Best Buy, I'm personally surprised that they still exist.
Okay.
Who, like, Amazon does everything that they sell. I guess, what is it, washing machines and refrigerators keeping them going? I am
Yeah, right.
shocked that that store, like, they sell movies, nobody buys movies, like, what?
Home Depot, GameStop sells a lot of the same things they have.
I mean, I went to
Computers.
last night. I had to go to Staples and to get a fucking printer. I couldn't even find a printer I wanted, but I was thinking like, okay, that'll pick up the slack. They'll start selling TVs.
I think Best Buy has done some interesting transformational stuff to their business model during COVID. So during COVID, a lot of Best Buys converted into half warehouse, half Best Buy, and they began to focus more on online ordering and delivery of electronic products. And then also, it is nice to be able to order like something simple like an HDMI cable and go pick it up the same day. As opposed to waiting for Amazon to ship it to your house for 3 days. And you're like, great, I don't have an HDMI cable for my monitor for 3 days, right? So they also have their professional services division, Geek Squad. And, people rag on that, but there are so many small business owners that rely on, I'm not saying they should, but they do rely on Best Buy's Geek Squad to keep their small businesses running. And it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I'd say that's a the demand for that is waning as well. Small business taking a big hit.
So, one curious thing that came down from the is the courts decided to go against AI being able to hold copyright. And I think that just happened this week. So that's going to be a huge deal in terms of big business versus small business, because most large corporations don't rely heavily on patents and copyrights in order to maintain products and maintain their wealth. So what this is saying is that basically if they generate income based on AI, they can't copyright it. They can't patent that stuff because it needs significant human involvement in the creation of it. So I don't know. I think as we listen to all these big businesses, AI this, AI that, but what happens when they can't patent or copyright what they create using AI?
So this is a complex topic. How much do you want to get into it?
I mean, all the way. My background is law, so that's the aspect. That's the direction that brought me in on this topic. I was
about to say lawyers.
I don't know AI that well, except for just reading a bunch about it. So if you can shed any light on that side of it, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so I have an AI company that's been funded by venture capital. And I worked in venture capital previously. I also spoke to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office in Washington on March 17th of this year about patents and trademarks surrounding AI. I guess the thing is with AI is that a lot of these works, it's hard to copyright because if an AI completely makes the product, then no human was involved, and only humans can hold copyrights. That's well established in law. Individual humans, even, right? Because it's not like Disney holds the copyright to Iron Man. It was Stan Lee that held the copyright to Iron Man, and then it was given to the corporation, but it's technically based on Stan Lee's age, right? They can hold the copyright 90 days or 90 years after his death, right?
Exactly. Right.
So because it's human individuals that have to make copyrighted products, and a completely AI generated product has no humans involved, that's why they're ruling this way. What was discussed is the edge cases where people are using, like, for example, the generative fill feature in Photoshop now uses AI. I don't know if you've seen the generative fill in Photoshop.
No, but I have an idea what generative fill does. So
yeah, so like you basically just highlight an area and then it puts something in there, and you can do crazy stuff. You can add roads to pictures that don't have roads. You can take them away. You can make pictures larger. You can be like, oh, here's a close up of somebody's face. The next thing you know, now they're in like an entire landscape. So the thing about generative fill, though, is that there's still a human picture involved in that. So that example would still be copyrightable, right? Because there's still a human took that picture and then they photoshopped it, right? Where things are going to get really dicey in a legal standpoint, I think, is collage. Collages are a weird thing, right? You know, it's art that involves other pieces of art. And I don't know how. I know that there are some AI companies that are saying, well, if you're not going to let us copyright it, we're going to use collage, like the collage law and the legal precedent set by that, and we'll just adjudicate each individual case. That seems like a train wreck waiting to happen, that is just going to clog the courts with all kinds of bullshit. But it looks like that's what's going to happen.
no, I mean, it really is. And I mean, I really do think that there is a kind of a shitstorm on the horizon. Like, honestly, there are some very strong arguments against copywriting AI. I mean, there's a lot of AI tech out there that is actually using copyrighted material to generate new images. You know, they're using like the likeness of people's likeness as foundation for creating something, but they don't have a license to use that person's image, that person's likeness. So there are there's some lines that are going to have to get drawn at some point. But I think the people who are getting excited about AI I think they're overly excited because they don't see the legal ramifications of just how hard it's going to be to kind of like pull profit from this. It is going to be, you're going to be squeezing blood from a stone.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be a challenge. I'll just tell you, like, the way we ended up getting around some of this copyright stuff is that we ended up basically taking, I'll just tell you the secret sauce. We ended up taking the outputs of other AI companies, which have now been ruled as not being copyrighted, right? We ended up scraping all of their images, training our AI on their non-copyrighted images. And so I can say that our AI is trained on entirely non-copyrighted images because it was trained on the outputs of other AIs. So that's pretty ornery. But it's what we did.
The machines have officially started teaching the machine. Is your company called Skynet, just by any chance?
No, but here's a piece of art. I'm just going to show you, like, this is a piece of art that our AI generated. That's 100% AI generated. I just posted it in the chat.
That's gorgeous.
I know. I'm impressed. It's not like it's just generating garbage. And look, the hands look like hands. You can kind of not see it behind the energy ball. That other hand is kind of obscured, but
you're right. Hands. That is like
video games are going to get insane, man. Video games are going to get badass.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I scraped an AI. We scraped the AIs. Someone's asking Midjourney. Yes, we scraped Midjourney. We scraped other people as well, and then we trained our AI on the images that were created by the other AI.
my kind of question, though. So, my feeling about what this level of AI is going to create is going to actually be a lot of open source tech where people are going to have AI basically create AI generated tech that is going to make it very easy for individuals and small groups of people, or essentially small businesses, to get into some spaces that they have never been in before.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So when I look at somebody who's saying like video games are going to get insane, my thing is the amount of that labor that AI can take on right now. You're going to see small mom and pop shops putting out things like video games that are way above what anyone is expecting out of them. And they're going to be able to do it for cheap because as soon as someone starts creating the foundational block for building these games as open source, like the shit is going to hit the fan. Like, can you imagine if somebody creates an open source version of the entire Adobe suite?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm looking for an article that says exactly what you're saying right now, except here it is. This is by Andreessen Horowitz. This was written in 2022, almost a year ago now. And what they end up contending is that AI-powered micro studios are going to disrupt the gaming industry. And they show things like this, right? They have some pretty compelling evidence in there for this actually happening. Like, for example, check out this chart of papers that reference machine learning and image generation that also mention video games published over time. Like, that's clearly an exponential curve.
That is wild.
So they talk about basically number 7 was legal challenges are coming, right? That's now pretty much been adjudicated. So number 7 is probably out of the way, but there are other issues that they have there. But these AI micro studios, of which we are technically one, but there are many out there. There are literally hundreds of studios right now that are trying to churn out games with just teams of like 4 and 5 people, and they are going to disrupt the gaming industry. And one of them will eventually become the next EA or the next Activision. Like, one of them will become the next billion-dollar business. I can definitely see that happening. It's impossible to know which one, and it's impossible to make a play on them unless you work in venture capital and you can invest in the early stage startups, right? So,
well, I mean, the question that I really have is there going to be another EA? Because what you're talking about is decentralizing that entire process. As in, because there's so many competitors in the market, are you ever going to be able to build another multi-billion-dollar company off of this type of product? I just don't know.
I think it's going to be on Web3. I think it's going to be, 5, just like Apple, how Apple started. It's going to be 5 guys making a game in a basement, and it's going to be the next,
Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft, yeah, or at least a smaller gaming faction like the Dota and League of Legends, and that's a huge gaming part of that's a huge part of gaming. They have huge. That's like sports, man. It's like they fill entire arenas.
The market is huge, but I'm just worried about saturation. Like, I was about a year ago, I was talking about this with cell phones, where there seems to be this kind of belief that Apple, like companies like Apple, can just grow exponentially forever. But the market that companies like Apple is essentially, their market is your attention, right? It's how much of someone's attention can you take per day. But there are a limited number of people, right? Even something like people's attention is a resource that is finite. The majority of the world right now, even in the third world, people are on cell phones. People have access to the internet now. There is a limit to how many people you can provide content for, especially when you consider the fact that the content has already been created. It's not like it's just going away. It's still accessible. So at what point do we reach content saturation where you basically have lifetimes worth of games, videos, movies, content to watch, but don't have enough people or enough time to watch it all?
We've already reached that. I brought this up. I brought this up a couple of weeks ago that, like, media companies are in a bind because the equation has been turned upside down. Up until now, there's been a lack of content, right? Like the content has not. There wasn't enough content. At one time, there were only 3 television channels here in the U.S. Right? The content was scarce. Now there's like you could spend an entire lifetime and you could not consume all of the movies, videos, and songs and ebooks and all the content that you have available at your fingertips, because it's all been digitized and it's all available on your phone. And you hit the nail right on the head. I said this a couple of weeks ago, actually, that there's going to be a change in the paradigm of content distribution, because it's no longer the content that's the scarcity, it's the eyeballs. Because there's only 8.5 billion people on the planet, right? And it's the eyeballs that are what's scarce now. It's no longer the content. I think that's going to result in a huge change in media distribution and content creation. I think you hit the nail right on the head. Great point.
I think the next big video game is going to be something like the metaverse and crossed with like Pokemon Go, where it's digestible from your phone and not in VR.
Yeah, I think someone made a good point a while back about the difference between the augmented reality games versus the virtual reality games. And again, that whole question of like it's about like the limitation of viewers, right? You don't have the eyeballs for it, so it's going to become a question of like, how can you cross promote and create things that people can digest other things at the same time without essentially taking their full attention. And that was one of my big problems with when people were telling when everyone was talking about the metaverse and they were like, this is going to be the next big thing. The biggest problem I have with the metaverse is that it takes up your full attention. People want things that don't take their full attention.
They should have baby step people into the metaverse, like AR on your phone, seamless with the world, with real world events like Pokemon Go. I think that's where they fucked up. So the people are already used to the paradigm. They're used to what they're doing in the metaverse, but it's not taking their full attention. I think that's really where they fucked up. It should have been released Pokemon Go style AR on your phone. People are already addicted to it. It's like social media, real world events.
I can see how the metaverse could help out replacing, how the stores like Best Buy shut down. You would go to the metaverse to check out your TV there, and then you order it. Like, at least you get some type of hands-on. I'm just saying, like, I can see that type of technology. With the Apple Vision coming out, it's supposed to be pretty badass, pretty detailed, I guess. I haven't ever used one. But that type of technology is going to get better and better and better. And it's going to replace you going places because you'll be able to take care of it at your own house. Just saying.
Here's my problem again with the metaverse, though, with that whole concept of like being able to see it, right? So the biggest reason why people go to the store, to the Best Buy, to go and look at the TV, is to see the image quality on the TV, right?
Yep.
So when you are using your VR headset, the quality of whatever you're viewing is going to be limited based on the quality of your VR headset. And you're also not going to be getting an actual look at a TV. You're going to get a closest approximation to what that TV would look like. Maybe that screen would look like compared to others, right? You're not actually looking at one of those screens. Now, why this is problematic is that it allows, let's say Facebook decides to get into the business of selling TVs. They can make all of their TVs look better in the metaverse than they do in reality. Because again, you're not looking at a real TV. You're just looking at someone's approximation of what that TV looks like. It's not a true marketplace.
Yeah, that's true, but it's at its infancy, and I think that over time, that technology will evolve, and it's going to get pretty damn realistic. Just saying. I mean, think of where we come from, man. I grew up playing Pong. That was my first video game as a kid. We've come pretty far, man, in a few decades.
And don't get me wrong.
What do we think of? Not to pull us away from this, but there's a lot of news breaking about Xi Jinping not making a speech at BRICS. He was scheduled to make a speech defending China's economy, and he didn't make it. He showed up and did other things at BRICS, but he didn't make the speech defending China's economy. Should we read into this at all? What do we think? Someone said puts on China in the
just forgot to mention it.
Just forgot to mention. I forgot to defend the economy. Fine.
We're having such a good time. I forgot to talk about the country.
Right.
I mean, what exactly did they anticipate him saying?
Well, he was supposed to give a speech just sort of updating the BRICS on the state of China's economy, and he didn't do that.
Okay, so it was supposed to be like you should have confidence because everything's okay kind of speech?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be attending the business forum and sort of making deals, right? And instead, no comments, as somebody said in the comments here. Yeah, so they just sort of skipped it. I think that could be a problem.
Well, I can't see how it's good.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be bad, but like, I can't think of
kind of interesting. From one standpoint, it's kind of interesting what China's doing, to be honest, because they're doing the opposite of what the United States did when, like, during 2008 and during the pandemic. So what they're doing is they're letting the chips fall where they may. They're actually letting economics sort this stuff out. Whereas the U.S., they printed a lot of money and created a lot of inflationary pressure, and to bail out the banks, and some of whom should have never been bailed out, to bail out GM, who should have never been bailed out, to bail out a lot of other companies that should have never been bailed out for making bad decisions. And it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. I wouldn't rush too quickly into reading too much into what they're doing, but from an economic standpoint, it's the exact opposite of what the United States did, and it's going to take a little while to settle, for the dust to settle on it. But I think it's going to be an interesting case study for managing the economy and things like fiscal and monetary policy, and how you can use them to manage the economy and when you shouldn't. So I don't know if I'd read too much into it yet, because after all, depending on which side of the fence you're on, people like to say that they like to use GDP numbers and per capita income and that kind of stuff. And in reality, the wealth in China of the average person in China is much higher than the average wealth of the person here in the United States. They don't use banks. They hide their wealth because they've been through a lot of turmoil and upheaval in the past. And yeah, I think this is going to be interesting to see how it shakes out, to be honest.
I mean, assuming what you're saying is accurate, that they are just letting the chips fall where they may, I feel like that is going to have long-term a stabilizing effect for China. Short-term, not so much.
For the whole world.
Well, why would it?
I mean, we're all tied together, right? Basically.
Well,
If they,
yes
if
and no.
if
I
they
mean,
fall,
so like, for example,
I think
with
what
the
they're
US,
saying. I think what they're saying is that China should be doing what the rest of the world is doing. But I argue that whatever's better for whoever has a bigger middle class is a more prosperous country. That's how it works. Your country is not. I mean, like prosperity. In the past, civilization's been said to, and countries been said to be prosperous because they had a big middle class.
yeah, and China's middle class is bigger than the entire United States population.
Well, there you go. That says it right there. Fuck macro and microeconomics. It's about the middle class.
Yeah, and like the thing is that, so now we're stuck, like in the U.S., we're stuck with these monetary issues of all the money that was printed in the quantitative easing and all that kind of stuff. And I think China wants to avoid that.
I think that's how America got to be on top. It's because we had
But it's not. But the on top is a facade, because America is $33 trillion in debt.
Yeah, I know, but that's not we weren't that way when we became the #1 country in the world. You know what I'm saying? That's not how we got to be supposedly the greatest country in the world. Things have changed since then. But
what matters,
originally,
what happened before doesn't really matter, right? I mean, what matters is what's going on now. And I think you're absolutely right. It's like there's a lot of, even Biden, like what he's doing with trying to bring manufacturing back to the United States, that's going to be America's biggest fuck up in the history of the world. Because
why do you say that?
Well, because the dollar is strong, other currencies are getting weaker, and you're bringing manufacturing back to the United States. Who are they going to sell to? The only reason to bring manufacturing back to the United States would be to sell our products to other countries. And if you're going to have unions setting our wages, and you have the regulatory environment that you have for the EPA and that kind of stuff, manufacturing products in the United States is going to become prohibitively expensive for exports. So we're investing money to bring all this manufacturing back to the U.S., and we're not going to have anyone to sell the products to because they can't afford it because the dollar's too strong and the prices of our products are too high. Like, it doesn't make sense. Manufacturing in the 21st century doesn't look like manufacturing in the 50s that Biden is trying to recreate. Like, Biden, I think, is stuck in ancient history. And we don't need manufacturing like that. What we need is 3D printing, distributed manufacturing, where you can have like small businesses that buy 3D printers, and you can manufacture 1,000 in parallel. You can manufacture 1,000 parts in a day that you could not manufacture.
Bro, you just rang my bell, dude. I own like 15 3D printers, man. 3D printing is the future. Home manufacturing is going to be where it's at.
Exactly. And I mean, look at what happened during COVID, right? There was a time when we tried to get those respirators, and they couldn't source the respirators fast enough from the manufacturers because they couldn't produce them fast enough. If you would have had an army of people at home that had 3D printers to manufacture those parts, you would have never had a shortage in respirators.
Yeah,
you could have produced a million. Like you're invoking the power of the network into manufacturing.
3D printer, man. Fuck this.
It's completely changed prototyping and the cost of bringing a product to market. You don't have to pay for all the forms. I mean,
That's right.
it's completely shattered, the cost of bringing a product to market. Rapid
Right.
prototyping.
And the cost becomes a lot lower, right? As a result, the cost becomes a lot lower, and then you become competitive on the international marketplace. What Biden is trying to do is the most ridiculous thing in the 23rd century. What he's trying to do belongs in the 50s, not in the 21st century. And like all these things, and on top of it, then we have the national debt. We have the unions that are driving up wage prices and stuff like that. The U.S. manufacturers are never going to be able to compete.
So you don't think you think importing more than we export is the way to go?
No, I think we need to focus on high tech and not manufacturing. We need to focus on space, not going back to the 50 style factories and that kind of stuff.
So manufacturing steel, that type of thing, you don't think we should be involved with that anymore?
No, we don't have because we don't have the cost. We don't have the price point for manufacturing that stuff that will make it successful on the international marketplace.
3D printing, 3D printed homes is becoming more and more competitive every day. I follow lot. I follow along with that stuff, man, and it's
same here.
The technology and materials is coming a long way, man. It's not just particle board anymore.
100%.
Manufacturing aren't these big factories that he's trying to invest in. The future of manufacturing is 3D printing and a rapid prototyping and all that kind of stuff. It's not what he's doing.
Jim Cramer just came out and said that despite their economic troubles, China will not collapse. I hate to say,
don't think they will either.
See
you agreeing with Jim Cramer, Gino. No, I'm kidding.
even a clock is right twice a day.
All right,
China's been around for 5,000 years. China's been around for 5,000 years, and they've dealt with bigger obstacles than what they're dealing with now.
It's true.
I mean, it's the world's oldest civilization. They've seen a few things that we have yet to be challenged by.
They're getting a little aggressive, man. They're definitely getting aggressive. Panama Canal, they're fucking around in the Bahamas with the fishing. They're getting aggressive. They're getting closer. Next thing you know, I'm going to see them off the fucking beach. Excuse my language. I guess they see us off their beach, so it's going to come our way.
So speaking of 3D printing, by the way, one of the stocks I've been following and investing in mildly, company called Humacyte, and this is like 3D printing medical technology. So they've been 3D printing things like stents.
What's the ticker?
What's the ticker on that?
HUMA.
HUMA.
Hey, you guys, did you see Bed Bath & Beyond is up 17%?
What's going on with GameStop? They tanked a little bit yesterday.
They're up 0.23%. But I mean, what's going on with Bed Bath & Beyond? What the hell, man?
That ticker was Huma, HUMA.
Huma?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
Humacyte is the name of the company. They are probably looking at their first FDA approval maybe in 2024 to early 2025. But they've been testing their products over in the Ukraine on soldiers under like an emergency provision. And honestly, like so far, the results have been fucking phenomenal. Because it's like 3D printed biologics, right? But they have like no infections from, so where they would normally use like a piece of human material from a cadaver, they're actually like they're growing tissue in labs, printing it into like a vein, so it's like vascular work, and then they are using that to like patch people up, and it's like working really well.
So when they grow it, does it have to be grown with like specific genetics in mind, or is it like a universal thing that everyone can kind of use?
It's like a universal thing, and they're doing like 3 or 4 different sizes, but only one of the sizes is in testing right now. So, but my feeling on this one is, if it gets approved, that is going to be that's game-changing technology. And I think they might also be working on like a 3D printed liver, but it might not be them. So double check that. But again, like things like 3D printed livers for people who are on dialysis. Like, think about that, a lab-grown human liver, right? To replace dialysis. Like, that is a huge market.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You got people living at 200 years old.
I mean, they have lab-grown meat, so, makes sense.
Dialysis is kidneys, not livers. Livers is
that scares.
Alcoholism and cirrhosis.
Yeah, kidneys.
That lab-grown meat.
Oh, you
It's
meant
scaring
kidneys?
people, man. It's got people digging holes in the ground.
I would eat it. I would eat lab-grown meat. Definitely.
I'm not scared of it. Yeah. A lot of Christians think it's like the mark of the beast.
What is?
Lab-grown meat.
So, like, when it comes to that, will vegetarians / vegans still have an issue with it? If it's lab-grown, nothing's killed to make it. That's the thing.
I think people eat whatever there is. If there's nothing else, they'll get over
I'll eat
it.
a fucking bug if I have to, man.
Yeah, bro. A bit above it.
Protein. That's pure protein. I don't know about
So
the
there are a few
cholesterol.
companies that are making bug-based like flour in their foods, and it's like become pretty popular. So I don't know if there's any publicly traded ones, but that would be interesting.
They're 3D printing meat right now.
Yeah. So I can't remember what it was that they're, like I said, I can't remember which other organ it was that they were looking at. It might be liver, might be kidney. Double check it, because it's been a while since I've looked at it. But the one that I know for certain that they're doing is the vascular stem. And that one is the one that they're testing right now. That's the one that's going to get FDA approval first. And I think it's
huge. That's huge, man.
I saw
they
this
do this
other
thing while they're custom inside it, like they're. I have stents, so and the way they put them in, they go up through your fucking groin or whatever, and they put them in that way. Are they going to be able to like design it while inside your body? So it's custom.
I think it's possible, but again, like, you'd have to like check you'd have to like read up on their stuff to like see how custom they're gonna do. What I've seen so far is that they're experimenting with several different sizes, which really probably means that what they're doing is targeting different parts of the body based on like the average diameter of the veins and arteries that are going to be found in those areas.
Right.
So
if it's in the leg or some shit or.
So I'm pretty sure the one they're doing right now is going to be for like
exciting
people
stuff.
Who are at risk of like losing like arms and legs due to like getting blown up. So from like
technology saved a lot of lives, man.
Yeah, man, my 3D printer is whipping around right now, man. I run a business off of mine.
Yeah, I need to get one of those. I'm gonna get me a little one, because that would come in handy for like stupid stuff you're doing in the project.
Oh, dude,
you gotta make something.
Dude, there's this new company called Bamboo Labs, and they're changing the game. You wanna go with them?
Bamboo Labs. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm driving.
Are they the manufacturers of the printer, or are they?
Yeah, they make the printer. Yeah, they make printers. They came out of nowhere too, man. I mean, literally. And they're I mean, pretty much the best in the game now.
You see, to me, like, those are going to be the real next multi-billion-dollar companies. The people who are building the technology that's going to, like you said, it's going to decentralize manufacturing. Think about that. What
But they
large
need it in
company?
as many homes as Keurig is in. You know.
Yeah, if you're a big company right now, and you know you have to pay your CEO millions of dollars just to offer a competitive salary. You've got your CEO, your CFO bleeding your company dry. You've got your investors demanding fucking dividends all the time. How are they going to compete with someone who's just like, yeah, I can fucking print the shit in my home?
Well, that seems like the next logical step then to if everyone has like a 3D printer in their home and they just print parts that they need, you know, out of anything, then all these manufacturers would be pointless. We won't need them.
It's hard to say who's going to do that. Who's going to be the Apple of the 3D printing world? Because there's two companies kind of in the running right now, but the one of the companies didn't exist, 2 or 3 years ago. So it's like it's hard to say who's going to do that. Who's going to make the Keurig of 3D printing to where it's just like plug and play and you can just walk away from it. And
right.
The first
super
company,
user friendly, and
the first of these companies that comes out and basically says we are the IKEA of 3D printing is going to change the fucking game. The person who says, look, we're going to give you designs for pieces of furniture that you can print. You can do your dining room table, your kitchen table, every single chair, every plate, every cup, every fucking thing in your house. We are going to give you multiple designs that are interchangeable, that you can build the whole damn thing yourself. That company, the person who makes it easy to do everything using the one device, is going to destroy everyone else.
I think it's going to be less furniture and more like, utensils, your Tupperware. And I think
certain brackets.
I think it's going to be more like everyday home use.
It's going to be more like car parts and things like that as well, though. Like, things that you actually need and that are useful.
Everyday.
Pretty much everything, anything you can think of, you can probably 3D print it. And so far as 3D print your own car and shit like that, it will get crazy.
But think about 3D printing things like biodegradable storage containers, right? So instead of, if you're somebody who doesn't want to use plastic containers all the time, but you still want to be able to throw some shit out, right? So you print a cellulose container that you can throw in the fucking compost, and
as
it's
long
gone.
as it won't dissolve to nothing, man. That's the fucking golden grail. That's a holy grail, man, right there. I don't know if you guys follow that plastic bullshit. It's getting pretty bad.
Yep. If you can print all your water bottles and Tupperware containers and just toss them out into the backyard.
I think that's a big responsibility for the fucking warming of the earth. It's fucking plastic.
That's great. That'd be crazy. But I think they're doing that right now. I think they're making plastic bags out of like mushrooms right now.
Yeah, they're getting creative.
Mushrooms.
Definitely got creative. I'm not sure about mushrooms. Can you eat them? I mean,
no, it's just like the cellulose. The cellulose is from mushrooms, and I think it biodegrades like after I want to say like a month or so. It's like a plastic bag. It looks exactly and acts and has all the properties of a plastic bag, but it's made out of, I want to say, mushrooms. I could be wrong, but I mean they're making leaps and bounds in that space. I know they are. I was just reading about it last month. I think it's mushrooms, man. I think it's. Let me try and find the article.
Yeah, are we talking about magic mushrooms?
I mean, I'm always talking. Do you guys? Is anybody microdose?
That started to get real popular.
Like a little, just like drop a cap in your coffee in the morning.
I used to. I find it very hard to exercise on when I'm microdosing, so I stopped doing it because I have to force myself to do that shit every day. I mean, if you live in Colorado, mushrooms are literally decriminalized.
Out of curiosity, like, what exactly is it about microdosing that makes it hard to exercise?
I mean, I can see that. It's definitely like kind of you're poisoning yourself. I mean, I could see that. It affects your diaphragm and.
Depends what you microdose. I definitely don't recommend like microdosing like LSD. Definitely like mushrooms over that. I don't know. It just depends who you are, really, as like a person. I used to do
helps
that.
out.
I'm just sober now. Weed mostly. Zima enthusiast, macrodosing over microdosing. Yes, sir. You know what's up.
That's crazy. Peloton got wrecked, Foot Locker got wrecked.
For some reason, serious message, I read your message as going to the gym after smoking this salvia hits different. It's like, oh shit, you got salvia, bro? I remember that shit. You literally smoke it, and 5 seconds later, you think you're a fence post.
What the fuck?
You never heard of salvia? It used to be legal.
I've never fucked with that. I'm old school, brother. Just weed and
DMT is way better. I mean, if you want like a really crazy out of body, almost like experience, DMT is the way. But
the only problem with microdosing is finding exactly what dose you need. Other than that, it's just a matter of finding, anxiety deducing things.
Nobody doing acid no more?
No, because acid is a fucking biochemical. If you're buying acid, it doesn't matter where you get it from. Well, I mean, it's made of the same lysergic synthetic dianthamide, but when you're buying any sort of psychedelic or hallucinogenic, whether that's over the counter or, through big pharma, it's going to have the same effect. If there's no control, or if there's no case study, which that's why Colorado decriminalized mushrooms, because there's been case studies and there's been controls, and there's a lot of grassroots advocacy, especially in Denver, Boulder, back in the 80s. So I mean, if you're looking at it from a political standpoint, there is no reason to not decriminalize. But I guess that's beyond the topic. When someone was I just joined this Reddit the Discord after being on Reddit for a couple of years, but I was looking at the conversation of biogenerating mass, and the compost cycle of mushrooms has a lot to deal with more or less the cycle of energy and the cycle of markets. So if I can take it a step back and kind of like refrain, I've been listening for a little bit, but when we're looking at dealing with the pollution problem, dealing with the doomer problem, if you look at it on the forums, more or less what we're looking at is nuclear energy being directly tied to the production and destruction of goods and services. So if you have a product produced by nuclear energy, it's going to be deduced best by incinerating it and then using that to generate nuclear energy. That's all I have to say. Everything else is personal preference on what you need to do. Don't do drugs.
God bless.
So in the span of like 5 minutes, we went from talking about 3D printers to microdosing to fucking nuclear fission. This is great.
No one's smoking weed in this room.
Oh, don't forget about the biodegradable plastic bags, and it was starch, not mushrooms.
So biodegradability does not matter when it all ends up in the same place. If we're leaving our composting measures to big companies that don't care about us, and they look at just the product as a revenue or a cash flow, there is nothing to hold them responsible from just using that same garbage to produce the same garbage. I.e. switch to paper bags, bring your bag, look at the blue states, look what they're doing. I don't agree with like the agenda for most of that, but using glass jars to avoid microplastics, making sure your water's clean, things of that nature. The first thing you should do is, if you want to be independently wealthy, is to buy your own source of land and make sure you have your own water and mineral rights.
Don't buy glitter.
So true. They're not letting you keep your mineral rights, man. That's a hard thing to get now. Some states are outlawing it.
What? Glitter?
No, your mineral rights.
No.
Yeah, Colorado doesn't have mineral rights. You can have a whole congregation of peoples. They're like what is it? MLM sellers or insurance salesmen that can just buy your mineral rights, or what is the term? Wholesaling? But they can wholesale mineral rights from governments or from individual properties just by you not knowing that you have to additionally sign for these rights.
No, that is
in the state of Colorado.
That is some straight up fucking bullshit.
Yep.
And I'm not as in you're wrong. I mean, what they're doing is bullshit. Like, that is some nefarious, nasty, just like shitty
How
stuff.
deep you want to go? How much you want to straight to China? How you want China? I mean, it's fucking bullshit. We have family that gets some oil proceeds because they have their own mineral rights.
What about China?
Nah, just joking. Now you go straight down. How deep you want to go to the earth? You know how much mineral is there? The north.
Well, if you look at the periodic table, there's 113 some minerals that come out of the 267. Right? No, I get it, but no, like China, for example, is a very industrial and mineral rich nation. But when you don't have the labor force to extract those sources, you don't have the technology, it becomes very difficult. That's why a lot of oil is sourced directly from Saudi Aramco. But no, I guess so I'm 12 hours ahead of everybody. I live in Taiwan, Hong Kong. So let's if I can actually like kind of provide some insight to that kind of thing. But the only thing I'm looking at right now is these Nvidia earnings and how markets are kind of propped up regarding everything else in the matter. We're watching like 100%. We're watching the second super cycle of what seems to be market constraint, where large industrial consumers are having a hard time benefiting from one another, and then the regular entry-level consumer cannot provide any benefit to the market because they don't bring enough resources to the table. So that's why, the span of 4 years, 5 years, you've seen what we would consider homegrown tech companies like Meta, Meta, Tesla, Apple, all these companies almost triple-fold their market value because there is no such thing as a higher level consumer. There's nobody who's going to come out and say, yeah, I'd love to buy every Apple product or I'd love to buy every Tesla product, because there is zero utility in that. So when it comes to like these large scales and you're looking at a market like China is overexhausted when it comes to these sort of things. Yeah, we do still talk about, I would like to still talk about stocks. That's why I joined the Discord call, because there's some very concise points to be made. AMC did eat my crayons, ate my shorts too. Someone will have to maybe DM me and brief me on that about what's been going on. But this is a macro session for the day. Anyone? Okay, so Netflix is ripping this morning, up 4.5%. Apple's up. So Apple's not up at all. Apple is just having its
until the earnings come out.
Everything's flat.
Yep.
Everything looks flat today.
Everybody's waiting on it.
But to make your money,
is crazy. It hasn't been this
from a day trading perspective, I very much disagree with you. But
for day trading, you have to understand that this is the second time this super cycle's come around. Every quarter two, every quarter three, there will be earnings reports that say we need what? What do we need as a market to continue to move past, the former SPY 480 level, the triple Q 400. Yeah, I could care less about my carbon footprint when I live well below my means.
So Zima enthusiast, what would you consider a macro dose of mushrooms?
Whatever you can forage before he speaks.
I want to hear his answer. I hope he says like 16 grams.
This is a whole bag of caps, man.
It's the whole field.
I'm a peasant who eats bread and mushrooms every morning, and I macrodose, and that's the way I get my caloric intake. I wish that could be me. That'd be nice. And peanut butter.
You got to put them in chili because the acidity of the chili makes them kick in a little bit quicker, and it's delicious.
You have to strip your stomach with kombucha. You have to strip your stomach with kombucha and be so frail that you can't walk, and then macrodose. Just kind of a snort on.
Yeah, come to one of my festivals, Zima. Shit, I'll give you free tickets. Just wait till next year.
Denver? Are you a Denver native? It sounds like.
No, I'm moving. I'm moving to Ohio and then moving to Denver in the next couple of years. But definitely the goal is Denver because we're just trying to set up some festivals out here and then to set up some income and then move out there.
Tiger of the Trades up 20%. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, Netflix is definitely a better stock to trade than shitty Tesla. I made a little bit of money off Tesla, but I also lost some, so I kind of broke even on it. Jesus, Tiger, this is up 4.7. Fuck. Good call, man.
Yeah, I think holiday season is going to be more or less people resubscribing to the same things that they have, and since nobody wants to buy the same product for I mean, maybe some people will start to wake up and realize that they don't need the iPhone 97, the iPhone 34. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. But if that's not anything new, then well, you know, it's very hard to access information these days. Yo, is Mod in here? Unpopular. Is Mod in here? No? Has he been active yet?
I'm surprised they haven't introduced the foldable wear stuff or whatever yet.
Eyes. I love it.
The macros. So no, that's the thing is when we talk about what WallStreetBets used to be 5-6 years ago, there might not be very many people still left. I'm autistic as shit, so I remember those kind of days. Used to be. It's never been better to be better now. That's the fun part about this. It has never been easier to be better now at what you can be better at than you were yesterday. It has never been a better time to be unemployed either.
I need some I need some house signs of your quotes just around like live, laugh, love, and
only difference
a better time to be unemployed.
Riv Raff Rev. You're holy shit, yeah. Was 143, now 87. Yeah, because the SEC wants to crack down, and if you're not making money for them, then they're gonna limit your audience. That's the whole thing. Is there's a million people that want to be able to do what one person can do, and that's why you see the emergence of things and platforms like TikTok showing people what they can do, and with these fucking inspirational quotes. You got cocksuckers like Andrew Tate being put into the spotlight.
Oh God, man! Don't even start.
Oh, Andrew Tate. Oh man, that fucking guy. I think he's entertaining, man.
I don't think any of the Twitch culture is entertaining.
I'm here for Tate hate. Yeah, that dude's like the worst.
Nothing about live streaming your personality in the modern age is entertaining. Thank you for letting me.
I like fighters, man. I can't help it.
His whole manner, his whole personality, mannerism, it's all annoying. Yeah. Oh, don't fucking talk to me.
The dude is like the male Paris Hilton. Remember, like when fucking Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie were like the two.
Okay, boomer.
and they were fucking annoying as
Are you
fuck.
still fucking talking to me right now?
That's not boomer. That's
Yeah.
not boomer, dude.
It's like
I'm not
just
boomer.
rude.
I'm a doomer, man.
Well, while you're dooming, QQQ up 1.42. Yeah. That's what it's fucking called.
I just look at charts. That's all I do. Wall Street
Oh, yeah.
Bets Reddit versus
I do too. I
Wall
look at
Street
charts
Bets
all the
Reddit is crazy. It's
Wonder
actually
what's going on. I wonder what's pumped Bed Bath and Beyond almost 20%.
Sorry.
What's going on? I want to know.
Sorry.
I don't know, but don't buy it.
Yeah, don't buy that shit.
Oh, I already have it. I'm not buying it.
Oh,
Already
you,
have
No,
it.
don't bag.
you son of a bitch.
I
Don't
bought
bag.
it at like 12 cents, bro.
Suckers.
So,
If you
I
really,
mean,
if you really want to start some like degeneracy, I can full on tell you what to do. Again, but this time directly from the horse. The experience.
Oh,
of
Ryan
the-
Cohen tweeted, General So's chicken is the official spelling, and TSO is in bold. What does it mean?
Reddit, the subreddit has 14 million. Yes, but how many of those are Chinese immigrants looking at the webpage to try and figure out how to trade from their Webull application and figure out what to make the most out of their money that their parents give them for? That's the real question.
Oh, never mind. That was in May. He didn't.
That's
tweet.
not me being discriminatory. That's like me being an actual matter of like that's me being like undistinctly based when it comes to
My
that.
God, this fucking options chain on Netflix. I'm posted in chat.
900% premiums.
Ugh.
That's Robinhood though. Robinhood will never let you bag that.
Yeah, the executions are the fucking worst on Robinhood too. Fucking so annoying sometimes. I know, I'm thinking about that, Zim. So I got a QQQ call and that shit's up like 150% right now. I want to hold it through NVIDIA though.
Oh, you're fucked. Don't do that. I'm not a financial advisor.
Well,
is it a monthly?
No, it definitely expires tomorrow.
No, yeah, I like my theta served cold, not hot up my ass. So I would sell that as soon as you could.
I do definitely do better intraday trading QQQ option like QQQ calls and puts rather than holding them overnight. Holding them overnight shit almost never works for me. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. I mean,
yeah,
I'll
make a primer for
pick up
that
profit.
if anybody wants it. The overnight holding. There was a time where I couldn't make any day trades because Schwab was like on me about it. Fang types up now. Fang types will be down in the afternoon because everybody's gonna sell off because they're gonna either try to port into earnings or they're just not gonna touch it and they don't want to lose. The skin on their hair or the skin on their head.
I don't know though, because Netflix was up 5%, Tesla went green, QQQ was up a fuck ton, Nvidia is kind of keeping everything up, right? It's 466 right now.
Yeah, but look at what it was yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, it's like right
pre-market.
at the level it's like right at the level it rejected yesterday. Actually, is it above it? I think it might be a little bit above it.
Yeah, so SPY rejects around 411 and it's sitting right above there. The support is 49.30. And if it doesn't hold here before lunch, it'll just be gone. Probably settle around like 439 again. I thought it was gonna nosedive yesterday, but if that doesn't happen again today, it'll happen definitely tomorrow if earnings miss, which might be. Actually, the general consensus could be good earnings, but it was Q2, so what does that necessarily mean? Is that a good thing? Which probably not.
It's hard.
Like, will there be a strength reset before Q3, Q4, or are we just going to try and put the SPY back up again above 500 for the third time in 2 years with zero retail support?
Some other honorable mentions. My favorite stock, Carvana, approaching that $40 level once again. It was down tremendously yesterday, though. Probably like 8%. But that's pretty normal for Carvana. That's literally just Carvana breathing.
What's the underlying?
Underlying? Let's see here. I mean, like the underlying price. It's damn it, I just lost it. 39.86. Man, I gotta start using TradingView or something. I'm kind of starting to get sick of this like side scrolling bar on Webull. Webull just has like the most
bots.
Most bots, yeah.
Yeah. Trade chat is WSB copy pasted through a translator.
Yeah, I want to start using like a lot of people recommended Thinkorswim. Damn, AVGO is up 2%.
Wob's sell app is garbage. Don't touch that shit.
Apple at 181.
I use Thinkorswim, but I wasn't too impressed with that either. And Schwab and Thinkorswim will be the same.
I've definitely heard some conflicting opinions on it.
I would use International Broker, Fidelity, E-Trade, even though they don't like me.
I like E-Trade. I've used them for a long time.
Or there's also Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch has a good platform.
Yeah, I'll probably most likely go back to E-Trade eventually.
The only thing I like about Schwab is their digital ticket. You can just sit and tap on your keypad all day and hit enter, and those orders will fill if you do it on their website. NVIDIA looks like it will not reclaim support at 467. Or it's cooling off. Yeah, they will.
We shall see. This chart is so silly on the video for the week chart. So silly. And 50% on this QQQ call. So the NVIDIA dump before earnings happened last time too.
Yeah, but also NVIDIA didn't come out publicly with their supercomputer before the announcement of quarter 2. That's actually a really nice facility. It's out here in Taipei. It's very cool.
That's so wild that even despite this 30% move, NVIDIA is still up like what, 15% off that initial 30% move that it had last earnings.
Bro, it's up 400% on the year.
That's so crazy. The fuck.
Tomorrow, if I can be a keynote, I'll actually give a full presentation on FPGAs after NVIDIA earnings and how that is what the future of markets look like, because now it's a matter of can the regular consumer trader beat the algorithm, or can the regular consumer have the access to use the resources to have their order filled correctly and precisely? It's a very difficult thing. That's why we saw the class action for Robinhood, if we recall that.
Oh yeah. Well, here we go, NVIDIA.
Down 40% on the day to make it up 130. That's my favorite type of day.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a little sketched out by this like immediate rise.
On the daily or on the weekly?
QQQ and definitely Netflix. I just feel like, the more it can come up, the harder it can crash down. I'm just trying to justify selling my call right now.
Bro, sell your call. If you have to second guess it, logic is no longer the window. It's about how you feel and how you think you're gonna make more.
Right, exactly.
Like it's up $5.
Oh, I'm up double.
Yeah. No, I mean it's up 5, so it's kind of hard to
Yeah, no, it's crazy. But
waiting
so is
mostly
Nvidia.
in
But
Tesla
so is
and Meta
Nvidia.
and Nvidia.
What's Meta doing?
Meta's
Up.
at up 3%, but it's just insiders moving. Nvidia to the moon is unlikely, considering the Russians just hit it.
Yeah.
You can unmute yourself or request to join. That's how I got into this chat.
Yeah, just raise your hand.
I'm still here. I'll bring you up.
What's up, y'all? I'm
Got it.
curious about the class action you were just talking about, Robinhood.
Your
So there's
audio's real quiet, man.
So his question was the class action Robinhood that happened back in 2021, and it was how people were not being allowed to fulfill their orders at the right keynote. So I don't know when the claimant day. Oh,
No problem.
yeah. So don't forget tomorrow's the last day to fill out your Meta class action as well. If you are a Facebook user.
I've had Facebook since I was in like middle school. I don't know if that counts.
What did Meta do now?
I'm an active user.
Oh, you don't know about this?
I've heard of it. What are they? What's the payout though? Yeah, someone just asked. What's the payout?
A zinger from KFC.
Hello?
Yeah, your mic's a little low.
Yeah, you're kind of quiet.
No one ever knows what the payouts are for these class action suits because it actually depends on the number of people who sign up. So if everyone decides I'm not going to sign up, but the fund is set aside, let's say the fund is $1 million. Well, if only 10 people actually end up signing up before the deadline, they split whatever it is. So the real question
minus lawyer fees, which is 60%.
Well, no, but like most attorneys charge about 20 to 30%. And if there's a claims administrator, you probably don't even need to hire an attorney. That's not legal advice. But again, if there's a claims administrator, that person is an independent party whose whole job is to simply determine what share you get. So, you could probably just skip that step and go straight to the claims administrator. But you should probably, if you feel like you may be a part of the class, it's always worth signing up because you really don't know until the entire class has been defined.
Yeah, I just linked the federal court page, and then the federal court page will link the class action settlement where everybody can fill out.
Also, if you do use Meta, you might not know that you've been affected if it's a privacy issue. So your information might be floating around out there in the world. Just because you don't know it is doesn't mean it's not.
Right. So who's playing NVIDIA?
Dude, it's too hot. It's too hot and it's too high.
Yeah, it's insane. It's $2,500 in the money option. Unless you're, even shares, it's like what, $467 a share.
Yeah, but
I got analysts saying it's going with $1,000. It's insane.
You're looking at a company with a PE ratio of what, like over 200, when the average tech PE ratio is 20. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I know they've had like a good season, but I don't see how that puts them at 10 times.
Because they made a supercomputer for every company.
Everybody wants it.
Like just because it has a high PE rate, like that doesn't mean anything. Like it you know, it's not a reason for the stock to not go up. You know.
No, here's the thing. That PE is a forecast of where people expect earnings to go.
Yeah.
When I look at that PE,
well, really the value of the stock, where it's
right. When I look at that price to earnings ratio,
it's a hype factor
for the future.
Right. What I'm seeing is that what people are saying right now is that if we normally buy tech at a 20-to-1 ratio, and we're trading the stock at a 200-to-1 ratio, that we're expecting their earnings to increase by times 10 within the foreseeable future.
Hold on. Let's take this into consideration.
Yeah.
So right now, American tech is based off of NVIDIA producing a supercomputer. And that supercomputer is then being allowed to mitigate and control and share information for all these other tech companies. That's all this is. So what you're seeing is you're seeing these investors from SoftBank, JP Morgan, all the big firms. And what they have expected over the past year is a significant rate of return. PE, when you look at this NVIDIA stock going up 400% on the course of the year, is very well par for the course for what old venture capital used to be like. So you have a lot of true boomers, true like .com bubble investors that have probably had NVIDIA for 10 to 15, 20 years. And I can tell you, if you were to come fly over to Taiwan and look at this facility, you'd say, yeah, it's a pretty nice facility. But what does it have that other companies don't? Well, they dedicated a lot of their early investor money to building this thing. And then minus, everybody in this chat has an APU, a graphics processor that was probably bought by NVIDIA. And they just overproduced for quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 4 last year because they needed to meet demand. And AMD, the only other competitor really for APUs, aside from the Intel A70, was just what people had to buy. So if you bought a computer in the last year, you bought a NVIDIA GPU, most likely.
That's true.
I mean, I built my computer, but I built it with an NVIDIA GPU. You are absolutely right. I'm literally looking at it right now.
Yeah, and I'm the contrarian, so I will never buy an NVIDIA or an Intel product. They come from the same manufacturer, they come from the same lab, but I will not buy either of those products. Just because I don't want to contribute to another supercomputer being built.
Okay. This might sound a little controversial, but I do not think NVIDIA is going to come anywhere close to their expectations on earnings today. Because, just last quarter, their earnings were $7 billion. So how are they going to come up with $11 billion for Q2?
What's the forecast?
It's gonna
Forecast $11 billion.
If you look at some of their. If you look at some of the deals that are reported, they've already sold like $5 billion. They're essentially reserved until 2024 on their chips.
Yeah,
I'm not saying I know a guy, but I guarantee you 11 billion is change for NVIDIA. Like, it's literal pocket change. I'm not a financial advisor and I don't know anybody, but that is pocket change.
The difference between this quarter and last quarter is that NVIDIA,
China
this time
ordered like $5 billion worth of chips right there. That's already half of the reported revenue that they're supposed to.
You know what? I was following a lot of the other semiconductor stocks. Their earnings reports probably one of the biggest clues as to why I don't see NVIDIA getting anywhere close to it is TSMC. $28 billion decline from Q1 to Q2.
Pause.
I agree with that, but
Expert
dude,
opinion.
the GPUs that they're selling, they're so in demand right now. They are those GPUs,
The difference between NVIDIA and the other companies is that NVIDIA has a complete set of products and services that go along with the chip.
Suppliers, if not the supplier for them.
Pause. Let me clarify. If you ever visit Taipei, Taiwan, there are 3 companies that exist here. 3 of them are TSMC. Except they are coded in 3 different ways: NVIDIA, Intel, and AMD.
Yeah.
Production labs for every processor have to be sourced from the same silicon. NVIDIA, let me finish. NVIDIA, on the other hand, does not just make silicon and sell silicon products. They provide silicon servicing. They provided a supercomputer that allows every person in this chat to communicate with one another. And not only that, but their marketing and branding is what investors have been keen for. So if you were to overtake FAANG, FANG, or, FAT, whatever it may be, Tesla, depending on how you want to look at it, NVIDIA is a key contender to have a severe market weight in either index. So what you're looking at earnings, and you're looking at a $10 day, think back to 2018 when everybody was having $2-3 days on FANG. When you'd have a $2 day on the Triple Q. That felt like payday. Felt like you were, made of silk and iron. But when you have an earnings call, absolutely.
Sorry,
but my last key closing statement for NVIDIA is it's not a matter of how markets will react to NVIDIA, it's how markets have already reacted, and where can investors draw their best closure to due diligence within a company that we know is going to provide benefit to these others.
Okay.
Because it is such a large ecosystem, and if you want to compare AMD and NVIDIA, I will strongly contest that they are equally as great companies, but they, it's different strokes for different folks.
I think they're gonna kill it, in my opinion. They're booked until 2024. If you guys don't know, I believe they're making like 1,000% gains on every fucking H100 that they sell. They're able to jack up the prices to such an extent because there's such demand for this. I don't see how they fall short.
There was demand.
There still is.
Like I said, they're booked till 2024.
Demand. They're booked till 2024. Like China's reportedly $5 billion. Alibaba, Baidu, I think even Tencent, I want to say.
Yeah, but China Tech is not China Tech, and China Tech consumers are not just China, they're globally.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is you have $5 billion right there. That's half of Nvidia's revenue estimate right there.
Hang on.
But how much is needed to sustain the company? Payroll itself is probably nearing 500 million.
Larpcan Anonymous, 1 second.
True. I'm just saying that I think it's pretty likely actually that they're gonna meet their revenue estimates.
But what does meeting revenue estimates do something for a company that has already exceeded expectations in the weeks?
Excuse me, 2 seconds. Tech guy, did you have something to say?
Yeah, but even if by some miracle NVIDIA could meet its revenue expectations, they would have to follow up on that by having even higher expectations for the next quarter.
Yeah, that's what's projected.
I'm not buying a GPU this year.
Expected to be really, really good. That's why these ridiculous price targets are coming.
The earnings are amazing. It's the forecast that could kill the stock.
Tech guy, if I muted them to let you speak, please don't speak while they're speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know you guys should talk to Faust, or Faust, however you pronounce his name. He's probably the richest person in WallStreetBets, and he's bullish on NVIDIA. So, If he's in, I'm in too, bro. Foss is actually
Mutual
pretty
interests
genius.
aren't always shared returns.
He's found some clever ways to essentially get an estimate on their revenue. Like I don't know how he did it exactly. I don't even know if it's legal, but
You can call and ask. If you look at Edgar,
not gonna
you can.
bother him.
No,
Yeah.
no. I'm not saying Faust. I'm saying you can call the companies.
Oh.
Most companies are
You
more than
guys-
happy to say, "Here's what we can give you."
That Humasite company is pumping right now.
Everything's pumping. It's the middle of the day.
Yeah, Humasite just bumps up and down throughout the fucking course of the year, man. Like, don't look at any of that shit. Just, I know I just pitched a company, but I would say, like, if you're in, be in for 2025. Like, if you're making,
Right.
you should be looking.
Well, that's what I look for. I look for value plays, man. Something that's gonna, I like value plays.
Like you got to recognize.
I like regarded plays too, but I like value plays in my portfolio as well.
Now, let's also take in consideration most people don't have portfolios. Most people are still trying to learn the ins and outs of what markets and earnings may be. If the audience size is shrunk, it's kind of hard for us to be necessarily
I mean,
so sure of these
everybody in
things.
here has. If you got one stock, you got a portfolio. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, but if I have an income, I also have a tax.
You got two. True.
Look, it's the most important part of trading stocks is figuring out how much money you can write off on your taxes at the end of the year because of the amount of money you lost trading stocks. That's the important part of trading stocks.
I mean, I believe your cap to only like 1,000 in losses a year.
Yeah, but you can roll some of that to the next year.
Yes.
But the best thing to do is just to become an elected official and then write everything off.
Hey, true that. Where's our venture capitalist guy? Let's do a GoFundMe.
Let's if we're looking for venture capital, I mean, I can always shill for venture capital, but it's kind of base. I think the next step and that's the thing is, once I get more familiar with the Discord and like the actual who's still left in the community, it's been a while. I should be able to discern who and what and how we can best see course of action. Like, I guess there's a lot of opportunities in emerging markets because American markets are very oversaturated with the same things that have been for 5-10 years. If nothing has changed since the .com bubble, we're looking for new and exciting innovations. And the best way to do that is to invest in those innovations. And that ties back to NVIDIA, which is the innovation of their supercomputer. So, I mean, aside from that, there is really one key takeaway, and is NVIDIA is going to hit or miss, and it's how you will place your bet on that, rather.
Or, hear me out, don't fucking touch any of this today.
That's the best advice.
I mean, seriously, like, sometimes just, like, staying the fuck away is the best thing you can do.
Or it's the worst thing you can do.
Here's the thing. I guarantee you that if you do not do it, you will still have your money at the end of the day.
You're right. You're definitely not wrong, man.
I cannot guarantee you will have more, but I can guarantee you will not have less.
Yeah, sometimes you got to be a little retarded.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like coming to Wall Street Bets and telling people not to make bets is like probably.
No.
I mean, it's a little regarded.
You can
A little
always
regarded. Yeah, I'll say that.
It's not about not making bets. It's about knowing, like, this hand has already been like dealt 90% of the way. All you're doing now, it's like fucking poker, and the only card left to be dealt is the river.
No, the only card left to be dealt is the margin
That's
call.
necessarily
Unless
true.
the river
I
is a
think
king, you got a royal flush.
no one knows the future, man.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, like, this is not the time to, like,
Follow the whole market up.
if you're not already in on a position, maybe today at this time, at the fucking 11th hour, is not the moment to, like, try to get in on these.
I mean, there were people saying that at what, $300?
Yeah, I'll never forget NVIDIA last earnings. Never forget that shit.
Remember Netflix in quarter
It was fucking
2,
great, man.
2022.
There were people saying that like a week ago.
I think I got like a
Meta.
10,000% return. Or was it, or 1,000? Either 1,000 or 10,000 last NVIDIA ER. I was fucking.
I saw
amazing.
10,000,
Yeah, I think it was 10,000.
which is like 90 times your money, I think.
Well,
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
I didn't play NVIDIA last year. I just played SMH. And I just bought like a few way out of the money lottos for like $30. I woke up to like a few grand. It was amazing. Not in terms of money, like, okay, a few grand's not a lot, but like just the amount that I risked versus, what I was rewarded is just so amazing. What sucks is I tried to buy more calls at right at close and they wouldn't get filled. Fucking Robinhood. I was even going above the ask and they couldn't get filled. It sucks. Every call that would have got filled would have been like another couple more grand. Like, fuck Robinhood.
Alright, time to start day drinking.
Well, that's why I'm promoting AVGO as a good sympathy play to NVIDIA, because I noticed that AVGO went up to like $940 a share when NVIDIA went insane last earnings.
Yeah, AMD as well, TSM.
Yeah, AMD as well.
It's a good strategy to play AMD because the IV is so much lower.
So SPY sitting at 442 just kind of ruined my plans for the day. I sold my calls a little early.
Tiger, are you still here? I don't know if he knows what's going on with Netflix or not. They have to have like news or something.
Yeah, what's going on? I had fucking puts yesterday. I had to sell that at a loss this morning.
Good thing you sold this morning.
Yeah, no, it was it was at 418 and I was like, all right, I'm down like a few hundred. The setup looks so good. Like the TA just looks so beautiful. Like, oh my god. I think there was some news on subscribers or subscriber count or something, because I was up like 20% at close. I was like, all right, I'll hold it overnight. I wake up and it's just up like 2-3%. I'm like, what the fuck? Now it's 5%, 5.5%.
Can you really consider a day-to-day pattern being up unless you're playing like weeklies and you're missing out on theta?
Say that again.
Can you really consider a day-to-day pattern? So like we're say everything's returning to how it was Monday pre-market. Is it really the same pattern as it was or is it really an up day?
Oh, really?
I thought yesterday would be a straight nosedive before earnings, because you can't have the pump without the dump.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's kind of subjective how we define trends. It's really just like it depends on it's time frame dependent, I think it really just looks at, like, if you look at SPY or QQQ right now, we're still in an uptrend. If you look at the weekly, we're still in a massive uptrend.
I've seen pumps that didn't dump.
I was gonna say the problem with the whole like looking at this as a pump and dump thing is that they're probably gonna give really good forward guidance. So it's really hard to like take. It's the same problem people are having right now, right? Nobody knows if they should be getting in or getting out. Everybody's like, are they going to give such good forward guidance that the stock is going to like moon, or is it going to be kind of like tepid, normal forward guidance, which is somewhat positive but doesn't justify the massive spike in price? And then it's going to dump because people are going to be like, well, let me just take my profit now and run away. But nobody
and that's
knows.
what I mean by super cycle. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but that's what I mean by super cycle. If you're looking at quarter 2 and 3 of last year, if you go to the 52-week range, it's just about the same as what it was, give or take Delta, give or take Vega. Other than that, it's very hard to decide whether you want to get in or out. So when the premium is very high and the IV is very high, what do we always do here? Can't go tits up.
I mean, my thing would be
you can be a seller, or you can try to navigate the IV, like by playing. In the case of Nvidia, you can play SMH, you can play AMD, TSM. You got to try to be clever to avoid it.
Also, I want to talk about something yesterday. I was talking shit about SMCI. I completely missed. I fucking switched up the tickers in my head. I thought this was something else. I remember this thing being at $90 a share just a few months ago, and it's at $281 now. So when I said it wasn't a good sympathy play for Nvidia, but I might be completely wrong. Oh yeah, it's up.
Oh no, it is. No, it is
today.
That's also a good idea. Alongside the other names I mentioned, you can play SMCI as a way to kind of play Nvidia. If you remember,
is SMCI microcomputer or microsuper?
Yeah, they're actually, fun fact, they're actually
that's a Taiwanese company.
I believe they're the Russell 1000 IWM. They're like the largest holding in IWM, I believe, or they were. Not even sure if they're considered a small cap anymore.
I mean, just short it. If they're up that much year to year, just short it. If it's a Taiwanese company, I think it is. I would short that.
Yeah, you can see IWM is up almost 1%. I mean, Super Microcomputer is only 0.5% of IWM, but it's its largest holding.
But Super Micro's customers are those who do not get access to NVIDIA products. So if you're accounting for NVIDIA or AMD to take up a larger section of the market, the only reason SMCI or Supermicro is really gaining traction is because there's too much demand and there's not enough supply, from what I'm seeing.
I don't know. I don't know too much about that, but I know that SMCI sells NVIDIA products. So I also know that last earnings report, SMCI went down. NVIDIA also went down. One of those large spikes or large dumps was from SMCI earnings. So they're related. They're correlated.
Yeah, Ryler, the reason I got rid of my initial Reddit account is because of the California Privacy Act that went into effect at the beginning of the year. And I didn't want my personal information being sold for the past 15 years.
Carvana's up 5%. What the fuck's going on, Carvana?
Right,
over 40.
Dude.
I like you like talking about charts. I really like the 1 hour on Carvana right now. I just feel like there's so many bag holders. That was the only thing about this stock. Like people holding it, fucking $400 a share or whatever it was at like a year ago. 376. That's high. It's a VRM. Broom. It's $1 a share. Market cap of 164 million. That's what I'm talking about. Probably has some solid fundamentals behind it. Chart is god awful, man. It's like it has a high of 75. It's at $1 a share now. I mean, short squeeze argument, maybe.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. We'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Have a good one, man. The only thing about, like, I mean, if you're looking for something to short squeeze, it has to have volume. I'm seeing 837,000 shares traded today on $1 stock. To me, that doesn't scream out at me.
How much of that is institutions?
Not sure. Let's see if it might tell me. It does not tell me. Free float of 125 million.
$1 is still too much to have a short squeeze nowadays.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, SMCI is up 9% today. I'm more interested in.
And that's the only reason I really wanted to get on this call, because I was like, oh, Discord, because they're all Taiwanese companies, and I've been here for about a year, so I've pretty much seen well and how the markets fare, especially here.
So you think SMCI is going to fail pretty hard because of I
don't think it will fail. I just don't think you will see a price action that correlates to what you consider success for a company. Okay. When you have large cap companies like NVIDIA, it depends on NVIDIA. If NVIDIA does really well, then everybody does really well. But even if NVIDIA does really well and sells off, then everything else will sell off. It's just the nature of the game right now.
Right.
That's why we're seeing this pump into earnings. And we'll probably see quite a bit of sell-off to about the intraday moving average before market close, which is fine. So that's when you take into consideration, do I sell or do you hold overnight?
So
don't hold overnight.
I'm gonna say my best thought on how to play NVIDIA is an iron condor. I posted in the chat just an options chain that I am looking at and considering buying. And it's not great, but it's not terrible. But with IV as high as it is, and with the market very uncertain about direction for NVIDIA, there is a good chance that NVIDIA goes sideways, that it doesn't really go up very much, and it doesn't really fall very much. And then within 2 days, on the 25th, I mean, the time left on those options is just going to crush IV, and it is a really good opportunity maybe to make, just scalp.
I would make money on the theta rather than on the IV.
I'll probably take
something coming up to earnings.
Finally, out of my
how would you build your options chain to, hypothetically, how might someone build an options chain to take advantage of that?
To take advantage of theta on earnings, you would want to look at the underlying, and then you'd want to look at what you consider the direction. You can then take what you want to expose as risk. And if you're looking at NVIDIA going up, you have to say, well, is NVIDIA really going to go up, or is it really going to go down, or is it going to go sideways? Because you're not going to make money on theta if it goes sideways. You're only going to lose money to decay over time. That's what theta is, obviously. So to set up an options chain to be successful, and this is a very vague question, what I mean by this, because I personally think it's going to go down. So to be successful in my right, I would want to do as close to the money, or as close to out of the money options as I could with the nearest expiration, either put or call, whichever direction I intend it to go. So if I intend it to go up, then I'll buy out of the money options as a call. And if I intend to go down, I'll buy out of the money options to go low. And then you build your condor on monthlies or quarterlies. So say you're optimistic that NVIDIA will do very well on earnings. but it won't have a significant effect on price, you would then set an order but not fill the order to go higher or lower. So you want to set your ranges of what you're willing to expose. So I'll use this at a time for an example for people who might not understand how to exactly make money on theta. If Nvidia goes up to 485, the only way you will be making these ridiculous earnings or these ridiculous rates of return is by buying way out of the money close to the date of expiration, where your theta decay is astronomical. And that's where people do get IV crushed. That's where a lot of beginners do succumb to risk exposure. But say, hey, man, maybe I want to have a little bit of protection or a little bit of armor on the flip side of the trade, and then I'm going to buy as far of a call out or as far of a put out as possible to hedge against my out of the money short term. So even if there is a time where you make a little bit of money on the call or make a little bit of money on the put from it being so far out and you're not losing to IV on the overnight, you can cash out and then buy another and double down and then have a little bit of way to, kind of ride the line. And then you kind of take a reflection back to see what could be done. But that's another thing, is when you see premiums this high on an options chain, that means that brokers and dealers and, these companies, they're making money on people placing their bet. The house is making money, and not the person taking the risk. That's it.
That's exactly what's going on right now. And the thing is, they are placing bets so far out of the money right now that even if I created wider wings on this Iron Condor, I could still have similar risk exposure with a similar profit.
Because your most significant risk is time. Not necessarily the loss, but the loss of time. And if you lose time on the option, then it's going to be worth less to the broker. And if you can't sell it back to the broker, then you just affect the sound of culture. You thought you had a 1 day, it was 0 day. Yeah. Was that the Netflix call expiring on Wednesday?
No, it was QQQ. I thought I had bought it for August 24th, but it was definitely August 23rd.
Yeah, no, you sell those. You sell those in the first 30 minutes, and you buy them either in the middle of the day, or you sell them in the middle of the day. It's a very intricate thing. Like, I'm down 40%, but after being up 50% yesterday, it's whatever. It's just the ebb and flow of trying to build cash flow.
I personally, for some weird reason, really like trading QQQ and SPY. Like 0 DTs, 1 DTs, even like weekly sometimes. I don't know, I've talked about this a lot before, but to me, it just kind of simplifies things a little bit. Like when you're looking at fucking 50 stocks, it's a lot harder to make a decision on one of them rather than, like, I get why everybody trades it. It makes sense. The volatility is there. The demand is most certainly there. I love how liquid it is. I love the liquidity. That's probably my favorite part.
May I ask who your broker is?
I use Robinhood, but I have some stocks in E-Trade. I have like 10 shares of Meta. I think I still have some Tesla. I haven't checked it in a long time. I purposely don't check it so I don't trade with it.
So everything's very liquid on Robinhood because that's their selling point to their consumers. Look at the leverage ETFs if you're really trying to maximize your efficiency. So I would trade SPXL last year for 3 times the return on options, but still the same delta and still the same Vega, while only losing a little bit less theta because they're weekly or monthly expirations, sometimes even quarterly. Or the inverse, SPXS.
All right, good luck, dude. I'm heading out.
Yeah, guys, I think I am gonna. I was gonna try to take a day off from the gym, try to do 2 days on, 2 days off, but I think I'm just gonna go 5 days and do that. Just go run or something. So have a good day, guys.
Take care.
I mean, shit. You guys are probably. I hope you guys try to keep this chat open like last Friday till 4. It's Nvidia earnings, baby. So if you guys are on later, I'll hit you all back up and see where we're at.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
I
like,
just got
yeah.
invited for the first time, so I thought I would give my piece of
Dude,
thought.
yeah, I love your thought process, man. Definitely like to hear from you more.
Well,
come
from
in early.
homeless to doing pretty well. I can't complain.
Yes, sir. All right, nice meeting you, man. Have a good day, guys.
All right, about them games, take care.
Yes, sir.
How about them Foot Locker?
Yeah,
foot-
definitely appreciate that. What's up, Jefferson?
Good morning.
Morning.
Foot Locker did the same thing that they did last time, and they completely shot themselves in the foot. Couldn't show that they were benefiting from their new partnerships, and the loss of their primary partnership, the loss of the inventory, totally showing in their earnings. And then having to mess with the dividend. Yeah, I expected at least an 8% drop on them.
They were down 7 this morning. What are they down now?
They moved like 33%. They moved even further.
Well, retail's dead when you can buy it from Panda Buy or AliExpress. I wouldn't ever walk into a Foot Locker and buy things at retail. So, especially in the state of California, there's never a benefit to the hype anymore. We're way beyond that as a collective sense. So to see Foot Locker be down 10% after what their all-time high is $45 back in 2017.
They're down 33% now. Today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
They got hit hard.
So not only did they not do good, they didn't meet the expectations. Their finances are just still showing even worse. But then even more so, the surprise was them cutting, like they changed their dividend, which is what a lot of ETFs and I'll say boomers have been holding Foot Locker for.
I didn't know this, but that used to be Woolworth. Back in the day.
They called it a pause, but it's a cut. They cut the dividend. No,
Peloton got beat up too.
Retail isn't dead. So, for example, I was also bullish on Kohl's, and the way that I played it was actually selling puts. Kohl's beat their expectation by ×2. So, like, the expectation was in the 20-cent range, and they did over 50 cents.
When's Gap comes out, right? Today or tomorrow?
Gap comes out, I think, tomorrow.
Next week. Tomorrow.
Nope. Gap comes out tomorrow after hours.
Power to retail. That's what makes it matter. I'm from a small town in the Midwest, so retail is very important to me.
I think
to see things like Bed Bath & Beyond and AMC make me really happy. But for Kohl's, it's the last of the strip mall era. It's who can squeeze every dollar. Yeah, Kramer's saying to buy Macy's.
I probably wouldn't buy Macy's, but I'm probably slightly biased on that, I think, because I've only seen them have like I've been told that apparently they do have men's lines, but I've not really seen men's line stuff at their stores.
All right, and then this is the part of the day where I say to start selling, because people are going to come back and there's going to be a little pump for after lunch, and then everything's going to sell off in the market on the indexes. So just that cycle for today.
Gap for tomorrow, there's two different groups of expectations on it. One of them is expecting like 80 cents, which is, I think, pretty much unattainable for Gap. The
Earning
other
per share?
Yes, the other is expecting around 10 cents. So
well, the Asians love Gap. The Asians love Gap. You go to any place in Asia, and Gap is right there with Uniqlo, GU, Forever 21 in the Americas. It's a very good brand. They make very good products.
We got the Athletica too thing going on. We lose
They
that
do
many-
own Athletica.
So I think they're gonna miss all the expectations that are set high around like the 80 cent range. I think they're gonna beat the 10 cent range. So I mean, it's kind of a mixed basket, in that sense. Since Kohl's did good, I think there's an okay chance of them getting around like 20 cents EPS. And if they do that, they're going to go up.
Yeah, I'm
so
thinking
let's-
if Coles did good, they should be okay, maybe.
And then I'd like to compare the two, Kohl's and Macy's, and then also the ladder of Gap. Gap may miss on earnings, but that doesn't mean their guidance is any worse than Macy's, a company who's nearly put themselves into bankruptcy for the past 15 years by putting all their ad revenue into one event in November.
Yep, you're talking about the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade.
Yeah, so if Gap shows strong signs of retail, it means that American consumers are becoming more informed, I would say. So that would mean good guidance. Even if they were to miss earnings per share, following a lot of controversy in the recent years due to their affiliates, they still make very good products for the price, and you might see that be reflected in earnings. Or at least in earnings reporting, as well as, price action.
So I think they're probably going to move up if they beat the low end estimates. I think that there's probably not going to be too much pressure from the high estimates. If they somehow did pull 80 cents, that'd be incredible.
Do we have a Tesla specialist in the chat?
Is Human in here? He loves Tesla. He's not in.
Is Tesla going to 240 at the moment, or is it going to go back down?
I just
Keep
didn't
cutting
have
prices.
Genome.
Tesla keeps cutting prices because China keeps cutting prices. It's like a freaking EV war. EV price war. And then I heard some talk about how used EVs, that's a pretty shitty market because basically after 7 years, they lose all their value because they just don't know what the battery. And a lot of people don't like to take trade-ins of EVs because they can't tell the condition of the battery compared to trying to find a condition of an engine. It's a lot easier to find. You know what I'm saying? You can't really tell the deterioration of a battery.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't ever buy an EV firsthand.
Right?
Thought Tesla agreed to a truce on price war. No, China makes better Teslas than the American factory, and I've seen that firsthand. Most of the
Neos
Teslas
or whatever,
well, they're all the same chassis. So, take Daimler, Chrysler, Chevy, Ford, for example. They're all the same chassis and they're all the same battery. But in Taiwan specifically, the Teslas, I've only ever been in 2 Teslas. I was in one in LA and I was in one in an Uber here. And the one here was so much better, and it was still made in China. But now that a lot of these factories are fighting over contracts and who's going to do the higher bidding, these state-owned Chinese companies are going to be able to make a little bit higher of an offer to keep production domestic rather than outsourcing to what is known as an American company, Tesla.
Huh.
$10
That's not good for Tesla.
do well. I wouldn't bet any money on a retail Gap call, Mr. Jefferson.
Why not?
I think you're putting too much exposure into the delta that will not be as significant as you'd like to receive a return on. I think if you're an advocate of Gap, you should look into emerging markets or converging markets of
You could look at the 9.5 if you wanted to do in the money, and then you just need a little bit of an up move. $1 move will make that print pretty good.
Want to make your day. What's the current stock price of Gap? Gap stock.
$9.58. The
Buy 'em.
9.5 call is 69 cents. So the break even
Buy
is
a quarter out at $14.
buy what?
I
Further
would buy
out?
I'd buy way further out.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. 5 years. Yeah, because you're looking at the all-time high being in 2021 at $35, and that was the height of the Kanye period. I wouldn't. There's not enough diversity in retail fronts for Gap to really make a strong move. It's one of those long-term gains. And that's someone who grew up around JCPenney, and that's how I made my first chunk of change, was by shorting JCPenney before they went bankrupt. Kohl's would be a better play, because if Gap has strong action, then Kohl's is its damn near competitor.
Kohl's already reported, so you're saying you get calls on Kohl's after they reported?
If you think Kohl's and Gap share a market or share market interest, maybe. Kohl's. Tesla's easy long 300.
I think they appeal to different consumer bases, but I think that they do compete to a little bit of an extent in their target market. But if you're purely
It's the
talking about
calm before the storm. I can tell you that. It's the calm before the storm.
the IV is going to be lower on the Kohl's calls, because the Gap
Yeah.
calls, the IV is like 200%.
And then also you have less exposure in the market if you were to do a retail environment. So depending on how aggressive you are at trying to make some bucks, that might be a good play, but you should use your best intuition to cover both sides of the trade. Retail Old Navy is more of a competitor than Gap to Kohl's. I like that comment. Yeah, man, I would. That's all I can think of is Gap is not as strong in the United States as it is in Asia, and that's with most retailers. You'll find probably a little bit more success in return, per se, by rolling into something like a Lululemon or something that might have a little more volatility at the end of it. But if you're looking to play it safe, I would buy shares of Gap. Gap's a great company. I wore the same pair of Gap jeans for about 4.5 years through high school, and I still go to Gap to this day. But now it's a little bit out of my price range. I don't want to spend $60 for a pair of jeans at Gap when I can find a pair online for like $40. But even if I am buying a pair of jeans, I'm just gonna go either buy myself a special pair, or I'm gonna buy myself, like a slab pair of jeans that will just get me through to the next season. What else do we have on the calendar today?
Petco. I don't think Petco is going to do good. Petco reports Thursday morning.
Did Chewy already report? Or they didn't report yet?
Pin also wants to talk about snow.
Because Chewy did good last time, I believe. Last earnings. Might be wrong.
I'll take a look at Chewy.
What about Ross? Ross has a higher market cap. And you think the
Ross
consumers that
already
are going to
reported.
Gap
That's a good one.
still
But
just
Ross
it's Ross is a very good company. They have a lot of they probably have 3 times the amount of retailers as Gap.
Ross did good.
Gap's
you gotta
got the new CEO, right? So that might be something interesting to listen to.
How was guidance? Jefferson.
For Ross?
Or Gap.
Well, they haven't come out yet.
Gap hasn't reported yet. Gap reports tomorrow.
They didn't release guidance yet. It's almost noon. Yeah, I wouldn't spin it that way. If guidance hasn't been released, then earnings might be a little rocky.
Are you talking about past guidance, or are you expecting them to release guidance before their earnings?
Before earnings?
Most retailers usually release guidance a little before earnings, if not the day before. Historically.
I've never noticed that.
You can find the news. It's just not. It's like usually a conference call. Like Peloton has done it. Lululemon does it. Like more progressive companies might. But if they're releasing everything, okay, we got the oil's down 0.5%. Gold's
I
up.
mean, I would say their direct competitors are doing pretty good. That have already reported. So I think that Gap is probably going to also do good.
Birds of a feather. But I if I was looking to make a gain, I would go on the contrary and find one of their competitors and see how that better plays out, because you have a little bit more of price action to work with. When you look at something like Ross, or you look at something like Old Navy, you have a little bit more of a Vega to work with.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely still the opportunity to play off of the ones that have reported, which are Ross and Kohl's, and play them bullishly if you're bullish on Gap, because when one goes up, the others tend to go up together.
Yes, but everything's up today. Was what I've noticed. Everything on the market today is up.
Yeah,
it's just going to be
both of them
interesting to
were
see
up
how
from the earnings.
Nvidia plays.
So I can't play any options for tomorrow, but in that sense, I would say Nvidia is a sell the volatility at this point.
Okay, looking at lunchtime break. We're gonna see if there's anybody maybe wants to contribute. It's my first time doing this. We're gonna see what's available. I gotta take a seat back and make a couple trades before hedgies get back, so I'll just stay up here. Thanks.
So, Pins, what were you thinking about Snow? Do you want to share that?
Yeah, I've played it the past few earnings, hit or miss, lost a lot. I think in February, won a lot at the next earnings. They've reduced their guidance, I think, the past 3 quarters. So if, the headwinds disappear, I think the upside could be higher. And it hasn't really moved with the market. Like, it's kind of flat for the year. Granted, I still think it has some AI overvalue in the current stock price. And it's riding kind of the big data trends. And it's actually not that useful of a tool. I mean, I've used Snowflake, their actual product, and it's cool, but it's not like something that you couldn't replace. So I think it boils down to what companies are willing to spend, because in the first 2 quarters, or maybe a quarter and a half, they really lowered their data spending, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but it did happen. and that's what caused Snow to lower its guidance. They've also done a bunch of share buybacks as well and might release another one. It's kind of hard to predict.
One thing that I can predict is that I would beat your ass, bro.
Go for it. Let's go to Salt Lake City. Schedule it. Sell some tickets.
No, it's gonna be interesting. I'll tell you that. I wonder if they do bad, but since Nvidia does good, it just gets revived or something.
Yeah, because they do have a partnership with Nvidia. They're just so expensive.
All right,
all
so
of these
companies
cloud
that
data.
have a partnership with NVIDIA.
Fair. I think everyone can say they have a partnership with Nvidia.
Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of companies. The flow. I'm looking at the flow. It's pretty neutral on Snow. It seems like there's not really a big. Actually, wait a second. A lot of these puts that were. Oh, okay. Actually, the flow's pretty bullish on Snow.
Short term, yeah. Longer term, less so.
I'm not seeing a lot of the big $1 million put plays were last week. There's a lot of
and then if you go out to January and December, January, and February, there's some more put plays, but
those are
number
hedges,
of
though.
different.
Those are hedges.
Alteryx, or however the fuck you pronounce that, ticker AYX, is a competitor, and they had a 44% surprise on earnings. Wonder what their stock did when that happened. So Alteryx is kind of a competitor for Snow. Snow also integrates well with the Microsoft Cloud services. So I'm not sure if you can pull that data out for the Microsoft earnings to see how much is related to data and analytics, or if they just bucket it into cloud. But I know Alteryx generally follows Snow pretty well in terms of earnings and fundamentals, not in terms of stock movement, which is weird.
Right.
Because back in February, when I lost way too much money on Snow, Snow beat, and I was almost spot on with my predicted earnings numbers, and they tanked.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah. The play might be, if you look at historically, is to just play the opposite, wait until tomorrow and then play the opposite, because it does have a pretty strong sense of reverting back to where it was.
Yeah.
In May, it dropped from 177 to 147, and then was back at 177 within 2 weeks.
Damn.
March.
How are they doing right now? Let me take a look at Snow. I don't really trade. I never trade Snow. Just 156. Oh,
March,
the daily.
it took them
they're at a
4
key
weeks.
level now on the daily. Calls look kind of good from a TA perspective.
Yeah, but then you look at the fundamentals, though. They're an overvalued tech company. Market cap 50 billion, annual revenue 2 billion.
Yeah.
Those are really shitty financials. They've got 4 billion in cash. So that's 10% of their market cap. That's not very good. Yeah, they need to show growth.
What are their projections this quarter? Are they projected to have an increase in revenue and good guidance and so forth? Or what's your DD?
I think quarterly, an increase in revenue, but annually a potential decrease. I was saying earlier, they have reduced their guidance 3 times in a row for the past 3 quarterly releases, saying that companies are trying to optimize their spend in the data space.
Right. Are you in Nvidia?
No, not at the moment.
You're not. Are you gonna enter?
Probably not. I already made some money off the run up today, so I bought some calls at open.
Me too. I re-enter though.
Oh.
I have like so many different strikes and I'm all over the place. I'm running like a pretty big strangle on. I'm running a strangle, but it's more like it's more like a 3-to-1 ratio calls to puts. I'm leaning more on the bullish side.
Yeah.
I hope I don't get fucked.
Yeah, I don't know about Nvidia. I would probably be bullish. My concern is that the manufacturing limitations may be a big kind of sore spot for investors. Like if they keep bringing up, oh, we can't scale our manufacturing capacity enough, then it's going to look pretty bad.
Yeah. Some big snow calls just came in. 177.5.
What's the premium?
Expiring September 1st. The premium is about. Looks like they bought 3 of them. They bought a bunch of them. It's like 200. About 280K. About 300K.
Oh dang, that's up there with the recent biggest orders.
The recent biggest, there was a million plus one a few days ago, but I think they profited already. They were up like 100%. They might have sold.
Yeah, I mean it's up. It was up 3%. Today, so
there's also 172.5 that came in earlier, about an hour ago.
Yeah, I saw that.
They're in profits, but also people are selling calls now. 160 calls, a bunch of them just coming in.
So there was a 300K premium order this morning, 10:38, for strike 170s expiring this Friday.
I see that. They're up 20. They might have sold though. 22. They were up 22% at one point. They might have sold. Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. That's far out the money, man. Expiring 2 days.
Yeah. And it was a. Let me look at this. Oh, it's not showing if it was a block trade on my end.
If you look today at most of the orders that came in above 100K, it's pretty bullish. There's a few. All right, one of these they're selling a call 2025. I don't count that. That's a hedge. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, looking at the flow today, pretty good, pretty bullish. But now if I go back, I'll go back to like August. I'll go back a week. I'll go back since last Monday. And we had all that bearish shit though. Yeah, see all these $1 million. Okay, August 25th, 1.5 million. This was placed this was placed a week ago. Right now they're up 25%. I don't know if they're still holding though. I can take a look. That's expiring in 2 days too.
On the flip side, I guess they could just say AI, and then that justifies their overvaluation based off financials. I'm gonna look at Alteryx and see if they guided up.
$180, $160 calls. And take a look at this shit. 160 calls. Yeah, this guy might have sold. The 180 calls have pretty. Actually, this guy might still be holding.
So Alteryx dropped its revenue guidance.
They lowered their guidance?
Yeah, when they reported on August 7th.
Nancy Pelosi sold Nvidia? Oh no. Damn.
I get the source on that, please. Can you double check that pronto?
Yeah. That's
Pelosi on the sale side.
Someone just said that to me in Discord. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, source.
Let me see.
Where is it?
Hold on.
Where's the receipts? No way.
I'm looking. But I mean, she's not exactly the most. Oh, someone just bought 1.22 mil Nvidia calls.
Sweeper.
It's actually nothing. It doesn't say sweep or block or even split. It just doesn't
Strike.
actually say. Strike 525, expiring October 20th.
What?
For some reason, the Octobers and Decembers are getting a lot of attention. Not really the Septembers and August.
Yeah, I can't find anything on that Pelosi.
For the Decembers, they're targeting the fucking 650s and shit. Like, they're really going out the money. It's pretty nuts. Someone bought a 390 call September 15th. Someone placed a $49 million short position on Zoom. Expiring.
Was that before earnings?
No, this is today, like an hour ago. They're bought the 80 puts expiring November, 40,000 of them. Jeez.
I would take those puts into consideration at that rate.
Yeah, that's
unless it's FUD with Pelosi's. That looks right if you look at the technicals on the 3rd-day EMA. I mean, markets kind of bubbled over the summer like they always do, but what do I know?
Are we about to dip right now? Holy shit.
Oh, facts.
Are we about to
I think we're gonna.
Man, I thought we were gonna hammer down yesterday.
Holy QQQ looks like it's about to fall off a cliff. Holy shit.
I mean, NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA 15-minute.
Not too much, but I think we're gonna dump, and then we're gonna get like a 15-minute power hour.
That's called a one pump.
Oh yeah, we're about to dump. This is not looking good.
It could be a cool off, unless you really. Yeah. I don't trust our big brothers at BlackRock. They ain't doing shit over there, man. This NVIDIA is really what drives technicals on the order flow.
And Apple, I just think People already got their 1% today. They may have been thinking they were going to sell tomorrow after Nvidia and get their 1% that way.
No, they
just think
sold
they're
during pre-market. If Pelosi sold, they sold during pre-market, and that's not me being voracious. Like they sold during pre-market. It was up 2%. You know that feeling when you wake up at 4 a.m. and you check your phone and you go to yourself like, oh jolly gee, like I'm gonna make some money today, and then like you fucking wake up 20 minutes before market open and there's nothing there for you. You're like shit.
Yep. I did the same thing.
And then you know it's gonna be port down. You have to look at the super trends. And it's very strange that now we're talking about technicals. Tesla, I hope that shit crashes. I do not like that guy.
I like Tesla.
I mean, I wanted
What's
like
wrong with
180,
Tesla, bro?
190.
What's wrong with Tesla?
I used to hate
EVs make you
their PE.
autistic.
Come on, their PE ratio right now is 66.99. So
he has 15 kids, and his brother in Boulder doesn't allow people to eat in their restaurant if they're black, brown, or other.
I don't know about that.
Single-handed source right here.
That's weird. I'm surprised
Twitter
the media
HQ was
hasn't
supposed to
ripped
be
them.
in Boulder. I mean, they've
That's
tried.
his brother, though, not him. I don't think Elon is a racist.
He's just like he considers himself a superior being.
Yeah, that's true.
He's
got a
okay. And
massive
I wonder if
ego.
he's listening. He probably does. He probably has ears on everybody. But he's 60 years old, and when I saw him driving in LA County,
You saw him? Wow.
all these billionaires are nothing special. That's what I want you to know. They're just like you and me. They don't know how to drive. And they have this entitlement where they're going to sit on a podcast for 45 to 60 minutes and say, yeah, guys, buy my fucking shitcoin. And then by the time you buy the shitcoin, it's already pumped, dumped, and creamed. So that's like what you really need to consider is a lot of these people don't come from intelligence or come from community resources. Like, you know, actually having active conversation about what the environment's bringing them. It's more or less, oh, my daddy this, my daddy that. And it ain't about that.
You know, most CEOs are narcissists in some way or the other. Some are a lot more than others. I think the world is unfortunately going that way because, like, people post shit all the time and it's always about them. Some people are good at making money posting shit that no one cares about.
But there's nothing added to value when you shit post. That adds no value to me. Like, to really,
It
and I
doesn't,
spoke about
but
this earlier.
It makes
it's like
people money.
making people money, but is there in a world of economic resources and economic diversity and time equaling money, is there such thing as unethical ways to make money? It's the age-old saying. It's like the chicken or the egg. If you make people money by shit posting, is it really shit posting?
Did you just make up a word? Unethical?
Unethical. Sorry, I'm day drinking, bro. Don't you know? It's midnight here.
You've heard it here first. We've got a new word. Unethical.
I mean, we've got the chairman of the Fed inventing disinflation, so I'll give him a pass.
Well, the chairman of the Fed looks like he's been through fucking hell and back. Oh, Jackson Hole. Hey, fellas, Jackson Hole is Thursday. Hold on to your cocks. Or your cooters. It is on Thursday, right? Or is it on Friday?
I heard
both.
Friday.
Thursday and Friday.
Pelosi sold that shit. I don't need a source. I can tell you for a fact Pelosi sold that shit.
I mean,
I was
she
in
wouldn't have to
California when I
report
took the news of
immediately.
Paul getting his ass beat in his house. That's crazy. There are some, like, I know that a lot of us are, like, not, you know, neurotypical, but that shit is home invasion is crazy. Don't do that shit.
Wait, why are you bringing up? Oh, her husband.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Because, like, there has been a lot of flack on these, like, senators and congressmen for not doing shit forever at all. And I don't blame them. That's why I left. If you're from a red state, hold them accountable, too. If you're from a blue state, hold them more accountable. Because everybody wants to get paid at the end of the day. Like you said, if they're providing value and they're shit posting, it's all crazy, man. Like this, we will see a sell-off before 3 o'clock. You could. I found this really good resource recently. It's called MarketChameleon.com.
Oh yeah,
and they have the great resource. I'm not a shill by any means, but they have like empirical data on like hours and times of what things do and performance and EP, ES, things like that. And if you look at that, you can almost make an algorithm to say, I'm going to make some money today. But Nvidia's having a 2.5 point day right now. But that's not beating pre-market resistance. So that could mean one of two things. Either everybody's sold or everybody's about to buy.
Yep.
And what do we think? It's the middle of August. People are going back to school. They got to buy kids school supplies. They got to buy diapers. They got to pay tuition. Insurance bills are due in a week. Mortgages, banks are owed. What do we really think is going to happen? Jackson Hole, which is it's a conundrum of a name because you know how it's going to happen.
We'll see.
Last year, past performance, future performance, however you like to look at it.
I'm thinking of shorting Netflix here if we're gonna go down because Netflix looks nice. There's 5 puts.
I mean, after everything in Q2 reports, it's just about market consensus. It's about what people believe. It's about people are vindicative of and how they're going to put their money and their hard-earned time on the line to promote and or demote these stocks and these assets.
Yeah.
Best bet, don't play.
That sounds boring.
But that sounds boring. That sounds that sounds like taking it 3 ways till Sunday. I don't want to do that. You got to at least look at it, You think about it every now and then. It's something. It's innate about human nature.
Yeah.
I still like Vive.
Not bad.
Vive?
Yeah, I would have picked up some calls today because I thought it was going to run, but then I looked at the volume and no one's trading it. Just weird, but I went through all of their deals that they closed in kind of Q2 and into Q3, and they closed a lot of deals.
Who's closing deals?
Viva Systems.
Would you beat their ass or no?
I mean, I don't know. They could drop back to 160, or they could go up to about 220. I'm looking at 210 calls expiring September 15th, I believe.
I'm liking Netflix puts here. I think I'm about to enter.
We just need to crash. Come on, give us a negative 5% today. And then
negative 5%
+10.
after Jackson Hole on the weekly. Look at the super cycle, fellas. The super cycle.
No,
look at macro cycles.
With rates. We're still not done with rates.
Rates are September 20th, right?
Yeah, once they pivot or signal a pivot, then it's time to get out.
I've been waiting for a pivot since I hit puberty, man. That's not gonna happen.
Netflix is going down, boys. It's going down.
Meanwhile, SPY is still holding on, so don't get too much.
I think we're gonna see some red very shortly.
Yeah, why is SPY still at 442? It should be at 436.
If we get 436 today,
we'll get 438.20, but we're not going to get 436 until tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going down, boys.
I see us going down to the bull flag that we had, so 440.9.
We're going down, boys.
Don't say that too loud. The guys from Goldman Sachs are going to start buying now.
Guys from Goldman Sachs are going to get thrown off a fucking bridge like they did last week. But hey, I don't know nothing
That
about that.
was so crazy. There's like 4 of them. I was like,
Dude,
straight up
I
killed.
messaged this guy that I used to play games with. I was like, "Yo, man, how's it going?" Like, we were just like shooting the shit. He's like, "Oh, I work for GS." And I was like,
Netflix is slowly bleeding.
"Bro, stab it in the cooch and fucking take a monthly out on it."
Honestly,
I mean, I
all
had some longer.
streaming
I actually
services
had some
suck.
longer dated puts yesterday, and I got fucked on this random news. It was such a good bearish TA setup. Oh,
All fucking streaming services suck. Uh-oh. Spy is going
is
up again.
Netflix
Fuck
really
these
gonna find random ass support here in the fucking air? Come on, bro.
Yeah. It's Netflix. They pay their AI engineers like $600,000. I love how fucked up the Nvidia chart is on Google today.
Yeah, what, like max view?
Look, it keeps showing it going down to like 26.
Oh. I have so many positions open, bro. I have like 10 different strikes and like, oh, this is a mess.
Who's your broker?
I know. What?
What's your broker on? Or what are you moving on?
I'm on Robinhood.
Nope.
I'm ashamed to say that, but I don't know, man. None of these fucking brokerages can make a fucking decent user interface.
Are you from you sound like you're from the IE.
I'm not from the IE.
You're from the Bay.
No. Look at my name, bro.
Oh. Okay.
I'm from New York, but I'm not.
You should be on the floor. Get out there and whip some dicks. Get out there.
Whoa.
Show 'em who's boss. Hey, nothing wrong with whipping dicks. You got your hand in there, you know. Go stand on the floor. Show them who's out. Dicks got whipped yesterday. 22%.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday's news.
On lots of theft.
You got theft in the 5 boroughs, or is it like kind of? Is it disingenuous?
I mean, where I'm from, I don't know. I'm from Queens. In Queens, it's not too bad. It's just
I lived in
different-
Queens.
Certain parts of Queens.
I lived in
Oh,
Queens. I know. Yeah, right by that Jollibee. 2 corners back by the thrift.
Never
Yeah.
been to Jollibee.
It's shit. Don't worry about it.
Where is the Jollibee?
24th.
You don't like shitty Filipino
Am I wrong?
spaghetti?
Yeah, it's basically and fried chicken.
The one in LA burned down.
I mean, everything
Good.
in LA burns down. Everything in California just gets burned.
Good.
And the most of stuff gets burned. Nvidia's sitting at 470. This is really like where people are. This is where the old man gets on his.
It's on 470?
Charles.
Oh, it's not. It's
It will be
467.
467, which is like 470 with inflation. This is where the old men get on their brokerage accounts, or they try to make a phone call to buy, and it's just that ledge right before it goes down 20%, so they can take their tax loss for the year. I heard about that Nvidia on the TV.
Do we need to get Georgia and Strictly Bear up here?
Bring them up. Bring them up.
Yes,
Let's
Netflix
keep it
broke
moving.
432. Come on.
Except Spy, look at what Spy's doing. It's like fucking drawing a butt plug or something.
Need.
Netflix
No,
is
this is-
slowly going down.
This is
Until
providing
it is
resistance for
fucking
tomorrow. So if it doesn't break, I have it in my notebook. If it doesn't hold 441.11, it's not going to ever see that for like the next 3 days. It'll be downtrending from there.
Netflix or Spy?
Spy. I don't think we're going to see highs for another month.
On Spy?
Oh, Netflix is going down. Yes, sir.
In general, we're going to see I think we will see and unless a bunch of us band together and start pushing for some stuff like the good old days. But it's that time of year where it's hard. Everybody's kind of strained to push a penny. What you got in the chat? That's a good chart.
I'm getting out of Netflix at 4:30. If we fucking get there, this shit is moving like a turtle. Honestly, this thing could go down to 427 though. I like display though.
Buy a long put. Just keep your theta and then know that you have leverage no matter what.
I had some long. I bought puts yesterday right before close, and I woke up today down like fucking $200.
That's nothing, man. You can do better than that. You can be down a couple racks.
Well, I'm lucky. I got out at 418. This shit fucking went to 436.
That's why you got to have your stops where you roll it.
Yeah,
it's one of those markets where you gotta have your stop roll. So if it'll stop, you'll move it to the other. You'll swing it to the other side. So you maybe lose a little bit on premium, but you're not gonna lose if you're attentive. It's very hard to wake up at 9:30.
I wake up at 7:30 because I'm in Mountain Daylight Time.
So you in Denver is what you're saying? You're in Wyoming.
I'm in Salt Lake City, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in fucking shitty Mormonville.
Nothing against the Mormons. I do like Salt Lake City. I just don't like the environment.
Yeah.
There's one Lifetime Fitness in East Jordan that I really like, but other than that, you cannot get me to go through there. I'd rather drive through Arizona to get to California.
Yeah.
Start work at 6 a.m. if I'm working. Overtime 4 a.m. Keep your checks. Get your 25,000 minimum. Get your unlimited day trades. Do your paper trading in the meantime. By the time you get your 25 racks in your account, you're gonna be golden, man. You're gonna know exactly what to do.
Well,
I used to work them nights.
Back, turned around.
I wouldn't call it turned around.
Somewhat.
I don't think Netflix is a profitable company. Long term speaking, like in terms of fundamentals, it's not going to see it there. If Nvidia can't hold 467, this market's going to look like Biden's America.
I mean, EPS expectations for Nvidia are all across the board.
How so?
There's expectations that are multiple dollars. There's expectations that are just over $1.
Yeah.
For estimates.
All right. If you want to give me a second, I can tell you how Nvidia is going to do. I'm going to go walk down to the 7-Eleven and I'll see if there's everybody getting drunk. And if everybody's getting drunk, then it's not a good sign.
Mm.
Jefferson, did you decide to make your trade?
Okay, looks like we're gaining momentum now.
Buy is just gonna hold there.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna be kind of stuck here.
This is where I had to advise not to get pinned, but I don't think, and that's the hard part, is you can get pinned either way. If you buy calls, you're pinned. If you buy puts, you're pinned. But there's no point in selling, so you have to kind of go with your instinct on there. Volume is super low for every open interest on SPY, Nvidia. My Tesla puts aren't looking too hot, but I mean, out of the money Tesla puts never fail. Out of the money Tesla calls never fail.
Yeah. Very volatile stock.
I think you should zoom out. on that parking lot.
On
I
what?
think you should zoom out on that. That's a very valid point. If you look at the 10-minute on the 4-day or on the 5-day, it'll paint a little bit more picture of the support.
The 30-minute shows it pretty well. It did break out overnight on the 22nd. So I'll send it. But yeah, it does follow this channel pretty well for the past, 3, 4, almost 7 days, actually, if you count.
Take it back at the month.
overnight.
Not take back at the monthly. If you zoom out to the monthly, even you're like, okay, maybe that's. Yeah, that 5-year monthly is pretty tough. I don't know where we find support above this. Only the strong survive.
We're flat as a cake. This is just like yesterday.
Yesterday was exciting. It's very predictable. Sell off into the PM.
Yeah, I don't know. How regarded is it to hold Netflix puts as a hedge against my Nvidia calls?
I mean, the worst that you could do is lose everything.
It kind of makes sense.
Correlation and check which ETFs they're both in, and that'll determine essentially how bad of an idea that is.
Buzzer noises. I would not call any of those correlated whatsoever.
I'm thinking it's somewhat of a good idea because tech is going to go down if Nvidia goes down 100%. If Nvidia goes down,
Nvidia goes down, tech goes down. Yeah. If tech goes down, we're fucked.
Yeah, so pretty much everything goes down if Nvidia goes down. So I'm thinking
healthy market condition.
It actually is somewhat of a valid hedge.
None of this matters to me because I have 0 DTEs right now.
Bro, you're flat as a fucking pancake. Your theta's done for. You got your pennies are burning every moment.
Yeah, I know.
Zima, bro.
Netflix is gonna go up to fucking 440 just to get rejected. Like the bitch it is.
440.
My favorite intraday play is Chipotle. Just sell them Chipotle puts, make a triple your premium, call it a day, move it to the other side. Yeah, CPG, CMG. Is he asleep? No, he's up. Okay. This Tesla's painful to watch.
QQQ's testing 369 again. We could actually just fucking... It's possible that we just break out right here, too, honestly.
Yesterday, we tried to break out and then broke down at 12:55. And then we're flat through the afternoon. And then try to break out again at 3:20. And then crashed. So,
we only break out during PM.
It looks like we just broke out a little bit. I mean, we're above the lines. It's not confirmed yet, but
I wouldn't be surprised if we just go right back down, and just like it wouldn't surprise me.
I was really hoping that they'd like whiplash it back and forth and then close Nvidia red or something.
You don't think Nvidia is going to close red? That's the concerning part. You don't think it's going to close red?
I did up until like a few minutes ago.
I see Wumbo. I see a Wumbo pattern, man. I don't see nothing positive over here.
I'm trying to think about it from a shareholder perspective. If I had shares, I would probably sell some.
The shareholders don't speak English. They don't think the same way you do. I'm telling you. I'm not being discriminatory. I'm saying the shareholders don't speak English. They don't give a fuck about fundamentals. They're trying to cash that back and get a new Benz.
I mean,
they want that new BMW X5.
I mean, a lot of them already fucking have cashed out.
No. You're no.
Yes.
I can assure you not. I'm in the poor neighborhood, you know.
I mean, I'm sure there's
of
some
Taipei.
bag limits,
I'm in
but there
the
are plenty of
poor
people
neighborhood.
who got in at like 100 or 200, and they're just sitting on like 200, 300% before an extremely volatile report. It seems to me like it's rational to sell, or at least unload some of your positions.
Do you
right
see
before.
that sell sign at or at what time is this? Here's the sell signal. 481 on 8:22 at 9:25 a.m. That was the highest you will see.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Nah, dude,
That's fucking
honestly,
dinner time, man. Everybody in Taiwan's selling that shit. The CEO had his order fill at 9:25. Do you remember the volatility yesterday? You see that red candle on the 8:04, the 8 o'clock to. Oh, sorry, my baby's crying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it went up like 10% in like 2 days. It's expected for a pullback. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen.
Spy's gonna break out, and we're all gonna.
I'm
lose
just
money.
a fucking degenerate gambler at the end of the day, and
Don't
it's
say it
sad.
like that. Don't say it like that. No, honestly, the 8 o'clock, whenever orders start to get filled on Tuesday after everything clears on Monday night, or Tuesday night, you're really not going to see much more range than that on the high end, especially right before earnings.
I'm not gonna lie.
So we're in
just
that
looking
channel.
Just looking at the 5-year chart and thinking I'm gonna buy calls here is just like insane.
I mean, it's not that insane if you look at the 5-year chart minus 6 months, though.
True.
We
mean, like,
also
I thought it was,
but the past 5 years hasn't been dealing with 7% interest rates on home loans. Another thing to consider.
It went from 112 to 482, 600+%, almost 700%.
In 5 years?
No. 5 years. In 5 years, it's almost 700%. This year alone, 174%.
Well,
Year to date, 214%. But it doesn't matter. It can still go up if they post good results. It means
I remember October 13th, 2022.
What was that?
No way.
October 13th.
Flash
2022.
crash. Everybody's butthole puckered up.
I wasn't a trader back then. Nvidia's pumping now.
Holy shit! I was homeless. I was homeless right before then. I was homeless.
I know
as
about
shit.
the flash crash of 2010.
This was worse.
Do you know about that? No, I don't think so. The flash crash.
This
of
was worse.
2010.
If we didn't have the
Really?
algorithm, we would have been fucked. If there was no AI back last year before it got announced in 2023,
Wait, how much? Okay, what was the effect? How much did SPY and QQQ drop on the flash crash?
4% overnight.
Oh, that's nothing, bro. The flash crash of 2010, SPY dropped 9% in like a matter of like an hour or something, and then the dip actually got bought. It was insane.
That's exactly what happened. But what you're missing is you weren't in the age of tech yet. People were still manually filling orders.
Okay.
Technology can be robots can be your friend or they can be your worst enemy, and they saved us right there. So that's why Nvidia is at 470 right now, and it won't go higher. The
Wait,
1 trillion
why?
market cap. That's why, because the 1 trillion of Nvidia isn't worth that much. We could have gone to 320, and we would have caught around 320, but we wouldn't have gone lower than that. But still, $20 on the SPY, $30, $40 on the SPY. That's a huge catch. If that would have gone any lower, we would have actually had a recession immediately.
Wait, what was the cause of the flash crash? 2020. Wait, it was in 2020. Sorry, 2020. 2022.
Last year, it was the same market conditions we had now, and people were just, it was a Tuesday. We were just it was Tuesday, Wednesday morning here, but it was still the same effect.
What happened exactly?
You wake up and everybody bought calls over the night before because you thought the channel was going to be a little bit higher. 8:30, 9:30 breaks. Right before, it's the week before daylight savings time. That shit is at 340 from 370 the night before. 365 the night before.
Damn. So it tanked overnight?
It tanked immediately.
Or immediately it opened? Oh, okay.
Right, it opened. And if those robots weren't there, I mean, obviously, that's how you made money. That's how firms made money. That's why that's why market conditions are as stringent as they are, and it's very difficult to make money on volatility. Now, the VIX hasn't been very high in months, but it's because of that event right there.
What do you think caused it, though? Like, because in 2010...
Consensus. It was October. It was the second week of October, and rates were about to be announced for the third time, and there was no letting back. People were tired of the Fed telling them what to do. There was no breathing room for the retail investor.
I don't think that just causes a crash like that.
But what? Our delinquency rate on everything else is not going to cause a crash? It really opened the eyes to the regular investor and say, this shit is actually like... The SEC, if the SEC is not going to step in now, they're not going to step in later. So that's where it becomes difficult. Yes, buy 4250. It's a very interesting cause. It's just a super cycle. I guarantee you it's going to go back to 420 within 2 months.
That's
possible. If it doesn't, strength is too high. I'm not to play devil's advocate. I'm not to be one to be a naysayer. I have very full faith in the American economy. I just don't have full faith in the people who run the country. And the people who run the country don't trade stocks the way that these computers do. So if it does go up, it will go up just slightly, but I don't see it getting blown out of the water. I don't see anybody making money on calls like they did.
Well,
there is no such thing as financial freedom unless you can break a source code, unless you can break that fourth wall on these AIs, unless you know how FPGAs work. Yeah, Jefferson, like sales up 300%, but sales units being down. So how much can you take from the regular man on production to make another 300%, but still by not producing the same amount? Zima, good point. It's surprising how high we are going to Disney, but the bar is insanely high at the moment. It feels like anything short of it will destroy the market. Yeah, it's a disparaging time because, you look at mom and pop shops, and I remember when I left America, it felt like I couldn't even survive, let alone get groceries. That was a year ago. I was fed up, man. I was tired of that shit. I couldn't pay my bills. I felt like I couldn't live a happy and fulfilling life unless I was to work for someone else, and even then it felt like I was out of my own control. It's the same spiel you hear with everybody other, every other guru. It's bullshit, man. Like at some point people will be fed up, and that's when you look at October, and that's when everybody became, sick and tired of it. Like, we're tired of playing this game. Crypto, what you gotta say, Scald?
Oh, not much. Just joining to listen in.
Welcome. Yeah, no, and the same can be said for the crypto markets back in December. The same can be said for Fed regulatory rates. The same can be said for interest rates. It's like a matter of time. But you have to know that the system is not for you. It's for the people who made the system. And if we're taking time to really look at this as a means of income, you have to know that these systems are not catered to mom and pop shops. They're not catered to the TikTok gurus. They're not catered to the Instagram influencers. They're catered to those who work in numbers, who work smartly, quickly, and efficiently and discreetly. And that's what WallStreetBets was. 2011, I remember going to the shisha bar. 15 of my friends got together. We sat down and we said, okay, what do we want to do? Oh, we want to squeeze AMC? No problem. I know the guy who works down the street at AMC. We're going to see if we can get some of his, his shares that are awarded to him. And we're going to see what they're really worth. We're going to get some technicals on it, and then we're going to start to push. We're going to buy. That worked pretty well. Okay, what's the next course of action? All right. I know some people who work at Bed Bath & Beyond. I know that maybe we can find a buyer for this shit company. What's next? Boom, boom, boom. Now people got some chump change to fool around. And then here's where it got fucking twisted. You got a couple of cats around here who think that they are high and mighty because they drive a Lamborghini, but the Fed is going to come right after them for that shit. The Fed's going to come after them for taxes. You cannot be making money on a market structure like this and expect to never pay it back. What the beast gives, the beast also takes in return. And that's really what I really wanted to talk about today. I'll try and do my best to bring a keynote tomorrow. It's a simple cause and effect observation when it comes to stocks like Nvidia and it comes to stocks like tech. If you are not on the inside crowd, it becomes very difficult to be of benefit to them. And if you're not for benefit, you're not for profit. And if you're not for profit, it's very difficult to make money. So that's really like the next cause of action. There's 14 million people in the Reddit. I haven't used Reddit because Reddit's IPO. What are we gonna? Can we get a show of hands of people who want to join? What do we think about Reddit as a company? Does anyone have high regards to Reddit as a company?
I don't think anybody does, right?
Exactly. Does anybody have high regards for Twitter as a company, for Meta as a company, for the social media platforms? Exactly. Reddit is a joke. Reddit is for the cock and ball slappers of today. Reddit is the Joker and the rodeo. It is to be had when times are tough because, really I don't want to go to the bar and sit next to some motherfucker I don't want to talk to. Twitter, I feel, is going somewhere. I could agree with you, but Twitter's been going somewhere, and that is just the internet for about 15 years. When Twitter was first starting, I was in elementary school. Facebook is boomer wasteland. Facebook is a wasteland. Facebook's fun. Facebook's more base than you can imagine, and if you look at Chinese Facebook, which is just Facebook, it's funnier than all ever. You just got to use Google Translate. It's so funny. Censorship ruined Facebook. And most things are censored nowadays. If we were to get on Twitter and say, Mr. Iran, why can't you provide a living wage to somebody's children in Africa who will make Erythium? He'd say, what do you mean? I got a podcast to do. And you'd look at him like he's... And then there'd be the soy boys who'd be like, yeah, wow. Oh my God, wow, he's got a podcast. Like, who gives a shit? He's got an interview with CNN. It's the semantics of today. So yeah, it's like, it becomes very difficult as someone who has seen how things have conspired and transpired over the course of the market for the past year. And for the mediums of communication to really not be promoted, but to not be suppressed. It's kind of difficult. And I'm not saying that against anybody. This is not a political soapbox. This is like actually a call to action. If you're new here or you've been lurking, this is really the place, the Discord. It's probably your safe space. Reddit's not going to let you say what you want to say. Facebook's not going to let you say what you want to say. These questions are not open for discussion on most places. To make something of yourself does not mean to destroy something else. And most of Americans today believe that you have to do that. So, like, if we want to make money on Nvidia today, what do we think is the best call of action? Mr. Salt Lake City Mormon himself, what do we think?
I'm running a strangle.
Yeah, strangle that fucking bitch. Put her in your trunk.
I'm more so on the call side though. I'm like 1K in calls, 400 in puts right now.
You can't be a gay bear on Nvidia. I don't think there's such thing as a gay bear. I think there's such thing as the bear that's right and eats twice a year and then goes to hibernation. There's nothing improbable about that.
Are you playing Nvidia?
Am I playing Nvidia? No, I wouldn't touch that shit with a 10-foot stick.
Yeah, I probably.
Boys.
I really should just.
Yes, Baba, what you thinking?
If I was mature, I would close everything.
Okay, I got something to say real quick. So I've been in this market, keeping an eye on it for since the whole GME shit. If there's anything I can tell you guys, Trump market, Biden market, like that shit skyrocketed when Trump was in, right? I'm talking about the things that hold the country together has been the same since 2015, 2014. Nothing's really changed for the backbone economy. That's the biggest problem. Consumerism, it does what it does. But the main thing is the backbone, That's why it's very dangerous. But I'm not trying to sound like a shill here, Let's say shit picks up. It can easily. You know what I mean? It's just like you said earlier, LARP can. It's not about the greed. You guys, we all have to work together here. You know what I mean? That's all I wanted to say.
I'm with you on that.
The fucking, I'm not saying stocks are the reason because backbone economy is shit. It's just construction workers make little to nothing. Truckers make little to nothing. All these people barely make little to nothing. It's crazy. It's insanity. And the thing is it's really gotten fucked. You guys hear about yellow?
Hey, I come from a trucking family. I know it's La Vida no vale nada all day when it comes to this fucking market.
But it used to be way better 40 years ago.
But hey, 40 years ago I could buy a house. 40 years ago I was still in my dad's nuts. You know what I mean? It's today, and it's adapt and overcome. We have 48 people, and the people that don't want to be around, it's all for them. I came into this. This is my first time ever chatting. I just joined this Discord today. I've been on Discord for about less than a year. I wasn't about that COVID, any of that. I was out working. And the market condition today is more catered to those who can follow the trend. But the trend is also set by consensus. So if we can draw a larger consensus at a community level, at a micro level, at a macro level, and then at a media level, that's how you can really make the turns back in 2021. Back in the late days of 2019 when we were turning, I know he just left, but we were turning coins. We were turning altcoins, things like that. Now it's become utterly mainstream.
Even 2016, through going up, the years, even that market was pretty decent. But what I'm trying to say is, you're right. Housing is expensive. Everything I agree with you. But how come the backbone economies is going down? That just doesn't make sense. I know you guys don't have the answers.
You want to know why? You want to know why? You want to know why I left America? Because you want to know why I left America? To be happy. To be happy.
That too. Trust me, I've been thinking a million times, bro. Every single day.
To be happy, to have fulfillment, to have security, and to not have to have my life played with. To not have to, the system is disadvantaged to those who do not come from something.
The ones that do the most get paid the least, and that's the craziest thing. And I completely agree with you. Everything you're saying, I agree.
Correct. I think it's interesting that the title is AMC ate my crayons a macro session. But how are you going to pay for that AMC crayon? How are you going to pay for that squeeze? Are you going to, suck dick behind a dumpster? Are you going to scam some little fucker on the internet for some crypto coin that might be on the same cause as you? Are you going to go work at fucking Mackey's for $15 an hour, depending on where you are? Or are you going to figure out the way to make that system work for you?
It's just mind-blowing to me, bro. Mind-blowing. When I heard Yellow shut down, that's 40,000 trucks in the gutter, bro. That's insanity.
Yeah, and you know where they all came from? They're all Volvos. Look at who owns Volvo. Follow the money. Look at who owns Peterbilt. Look at who leases the containers for Yellow. Look at union rights in the state of which Yellow was founded.
You know, I'm not trying to sound like a shill. I'm not saying it's going to be a global depression, but have you heard about the Panama port?
Listen, man.
It's just a question. Yes or no?
I come from a trucking family in Kansas City. I know everything about I know how to get shit from A to B. When
I'm not saying you don't, brother.
No, I'm just saying when you think about the Panama port, the global economy is not going to be affected by just the Panama port. The people around the Panama port are going to.
40%.
I know, but 40% of goods rely on 70% of people in Panama and Guatemala. It's not just an American thing. Look, Nvidia is dropping as we're speaking this. Good for us. It's a matter of who is taking the integrity to make sure things go fucking wrong. And when you look at who fucking causes things to go wrong, it's never the regular person. Most people are not. Most people are not disingenuous. Most people are very careful and concerning, and that they want to provide the most benefit to everybody else. Yep. Like you really have. Like most people are not malicious. You wouldn't have 14 million autistic motherfuckers on a fucking subreddit talking about how this was going to change the world. And intent is all that matters. Intent is what makes religions. Intent is what makes companies. Intent is what makes people fucking happy.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I
agree. And
what is your strike and date?
What is it? What?
Strike and date. Just curious.
Are you from down under? I can't understand. I'm sorry. I'm a little fucked up.
What is the ticker, strike, and date? Because you're telling us lots of things, but
oh, hey man, I'll talk about this tomorrow. The focus of today is we have to bring awareness and a call to action to everybody. China, I can guarantee you, every Eastern country, there are people that are our age, if not a little bit younger, a little bit older, depending if you're in the Zoomer demographic. If you were affected, and here's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if you grew up in the Philippines, if you grew up in China, if you grew up in the US, if you grew up in Australia, there are people who will never be able to afford a house. There are people who will never be able to work without their own means. Someone get this guy off. For sure.
No, I agree with that completely. What I meant to say was the elites of those countries, bro. Like
the elites of the countries they're and it's disparaged because what it's a matter of is it's global centralism. Right? Global centralism. Who answers to America's call? If America has a problem, who has a problem?
Whole world,
fucking everybody. If America has a problem, everybody has a problem. You know the viral TikTok from Joey Diaz, get up cocksuckers, salute the flag.
Yeah, I watch that shit every morning.
it's fucking wake up Monday morning, smell the air, smoke a fucking fag, get back inside, sniff your balls, fucking do a line, get that shit going.
Amen.
And there are people that have been living like that right above us for 20 years, 50 years. And you got to find those people. Find a mentor. Find somebody who can tell you how to think, how to be a man. If you're under the age of 25, your fucking frontal cortex is not going to develop yet. You're going to bump your head a couple times trying to get there. There are going to be people who know how math works. I'm not Asian. But now that I've lived in Asia for a year, I'm now an Asian. I know math now. You feel me? I can do some of this stuff. I can do some of this stuff. If you're around,
crazy, bro.
You have to be, and it's every same of this bullshit. You can go anywhere in the world, and as long as you give that energy, you're gonna fucking, you're gonna find somebody who's gonna reciprocate that.
I completely agree with that. But trying to tell that to idiots, bro, like everybody around me, bro, they're just like they don't care. They don't know what investing is. They don't know what saving money is, let alone any of that shit. So they spend it on dumb shit, And then that's what really drains people right there, bro. Really, in my opinion, it's like
No,
they
what
don't.
drains
use
people
their
is the
money.
monotony of it. People want to have purpose. People want to feel
Exactly.
like
You gotta
they're
find purpose,
people want
not
to feel like
happiness.
they're worth something. And you're at a day and age where the country has no direction. People have lost their morals, and people rely on media that has been so heavily censored to provide them what they think. And the revelation did say
100%.
something about the money will be the undoing of man. I'm not religious. I believe that the Islams and the Muslims, the Hindus and the Christians are all right about something. But when you take a look at market, for example, it's not about the market. It's not about the logic or the faith of some people. It's about strictly the fundamentals. And you kind of have to take a step back. And this is where, if you've been around WallStreetBets, or you've been around a community of investors, or whatever bullshit may have you for some time now, just take a step back and look at it for what it is and say, what does this really benefit me? Am I benefiting myself? Am I benefiting others? Or am I just doing undue harm to what have you? You see what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. It's just one of those things. And you can't explain that to some people. You can't tell people to believe that in a certain way. Markets still have 2.5 hours. You know, the whole spectacle of today is Nvidia earnings. The whole market depends on Nvidia earnings. Because Jackson holes on Friday, Thursday. All that guidance being issued by, quote unquote, the reciprocities of the world, the global powers of the world, on the advisories of the world, on what people who are so-called smarter than you and I believe will be issued on Friday. And some people have to follow orders. Some people really have to sit there and believe that this is what they're being spoon-fed. That's where you get the influencers. That's where you get the influencers. That's where you get all this other cacophony thing. You have to find your path. And
people would rather bet on others than themselves, and that's what's mind-blowing to me.
But hey, man, the only way you can bet on yourself is to not deal with any of this shit. We're looking at SPY 442. These are macro managed funds. These are macro managed funds. They're managed by millions of people. You have to know where we can make an impact.
Yes, sir.
So you've heard of the quote unquote glory day of January 20th, January 21, 2021, right?
Yes, sir. What, 2 years ago?
It's been longer than that, man. I feel raggedy and old when I think about that, when I think about squeezes. I'm itching for another one. It's just a matter of when and where. And how.
Patience is the key, my friend. Patience.
Patience. But who's paying shins when I ain't got shit right now? You know what I mean? We have to figure this out as a community. What's gonna happen? Are we having elections this year? Is that shit still a thing?
Isn't it next year when like November of 24?
But don't that fucking bullshit start now? Don't elections start like now?
Well, yeah, when they start throwing all the commercials and bullshit, yeah.
When they
like
start
about
putting
3 months around there, yeah.
When they start stirring your fucking sugar in your coffee with their own cock every morning, you're like, please vote for me. I need this.
100%. 100%.
Sound like you worked with Deep Fucking Value. I don't know who Deep Fucking Value is. I'll tell you that on my mom. I don't know who Deep Fucking Value. I could be Deep Fucking Value. You don't know who that. I don't know who that is. Oh, is that Catman? Oh, that's Catman. Diamond hands. We're all diamond hands at this point. If you don't know,
Another block on the fucking SPY 450s puts. Keep an eye on that, bro. I keep an eye on Tesla too, bro. What the fuck?
Oh, it's capped. Don't worry. It's capped at 237.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's not gonna break through that shit. 237.5 maybe. Maximum. That's like as far as I see it going. Because it's already 111, bro, and no fucking action so far.
Keith Gill. Oh, I know Keith. I've heard of Keith. I don't know Keith personally. But you have to remember, Keith Gill came from money. His daddy had a little like insurance firm or some bullshit. No disrespect though. Something like that. Also, he's like 10 years older than everybody who's following in his footsteps. He had that salary. He had that, you know, that cash flow going up till then. He did not come from money. Okay.
People that come from money like that always end up broke.
He did not come from money. Okay, I mean, we can glaze some more, but it's not about that. You see what I'm saying? There's a reason he's not in this. There's a reason he's not in this chat right now. Is because he's fucking some hooker on the beach.
1000%. I believe in that David Goliath story. You know what I mean? I always believed in it. Always will, bro. And it will come true one day. For everybody in this chat, for like a regular person, bro, you can make something of yourself. You just need to put in hard work, bro. Invest, save, be smart about it. Don't listen to like stupid shit. You'll make it. Anybody can, as long as you really believe in it. It's really what you put your mind to, and help others throughout the way. You know what I mean? Also try and teach people. If they don't want to listen, okay, move on. Don't repeat yourself. Just do it. See how they react. Move on.
Yeah, but anybody can be licensed with a Series 7 or Series 63. Anybody. I was fucking gung-ho about that at one point. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get my Series 7, Series 63, and go sit behind a desk and push papers for a living. Whatever. That's not what that's not my life's purpose. Is to push papers. You can't sell securities to a person like you're doing. Reddit is not selling securities.
Reddit went downhill a long time ago. Before 2020, before all that shit, bro. Once I heard they sold, bro, I was like, yeah, there goes Reddit, bro.
Listen, if you are above a certain age or below a certain age, the law does not apply to you. If you are 95 fucking years of age, the law does not apply to you. In some ways. Gandalf. That's what I was trying to bring up. That's what I was trying to bring it back to is Gandalf. Is in the chat he says that's debatable. Social media is still a new technology that the law hasn't caught up with. No, the problem is that social media is trying to write the laws. Is that this new way of communication, this new public form of information, is trying to, you know, distribute how we believe it. No, let me correct this. It's trying to disintegrate the system in which America was founded upon. I may dislike America from what it has become, but that doesn't take away from the core values that we should be brought up on. It's like the eyes of this. Yeah, like if you're 95 years old, you can just ignore the lines that panel. Yeah, because you know what? I don't need to go outside when I'm 95. 95 years ago, the dollar was worth something.
Old America is still there, bro. I know it is.
The old America is still there. So like, if we're really thinking about like what today could be, you have to look at like American-grown industries. Like, there are 1,000 companies that you can invest in directly in America.
Yeah, there was this crazy website. It literally shows you every fucking American company, nothing else. I forgot what it was called. I'm gonna go look it up right now.
I would tell you buy Pittsburgh Drilling. I just know that's the last American company I researched. Pittsburgh Drilling. Calls on ticker X are not working. Well, ticker X doesn't really work that well. Social media, not Social Security. Well, Social Security doesn't exist anymore.
No, that whole social media bullshit, bro. It's honestly annoying at this point. At first, it was cool 12 years ago, but now it's just bottom of the barrel, worthless. Unless you use it in your own advantage, yeah. But, you know, AI is that new thing.
Yeah, but how good is AI?
I mean, it's getting better, but, you know, it's pretty impressive. Never in a million years, bro. You could ask me 15 years ago, there's gonna be a fucking robot that can literally talk to you like a human. I would say you're fucking crazy, bro. That's an iRobot movie. Absolute insanity. Then again, it's not surprising how fast technology has like progressed. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, hopefully I can give a crash course on FPGAs tomorrow.
I found the website. It's called Public Square. There's this one NBA player that has a company on this website too. He makes like shirts and shit. But bro, we need to make business here, bro. Like way more business. I'm glad Intel started to make a factory in Ohio. We need shit like that, bro. Need to keep it moving. Everybody always relies on fucking GM and shit and all that bullshit, bro. And fucking what's it called? Fucking Tesla and all those guys, bro. We need more, bro. We need more. We need to get to work, boys. Everybody. Like that quote. I could sell you this pen. As long as you could do that, man, you could do anything.
Interesting. It's gonna be high and tight. NVIDIA at 4670. 46.7, 46.5. Right in between there. It could pop. It could pop. Do we have a does anybody in the audience potentially have some keynotes on going into quarter 4, going into quarter 3? Do we have any Q3 specialists?
Audience is quiet.
That's why I asked. September is usually the worst month.
Yeah, but a lot of people are shills on the internet, man. Every time I go on YouTube, bro, global depression 2025, global depression this fall. Like, get over yourself, bro. You know how many how many fucking things are moving every day, bro? I go on the highway, I see fucking 50 trucks on one side, 100 on the other.
It's a crazy time. Once you get that 25,000, it's like clockwork. 443, 10, 443. I really want this to come down. I like SPY at 220. It's a good time. A good old.
What, a year ago, 2 years ago? No, when was it at 220?
6 years ago, bro. 6 years ago. Long time ago.
I remember I did a call last year on SPY, bro. Made $800 per contract. Got like fucking 4 of them. Holy shit, bro. That shit was crazy. Dude, SPY is always doing some wild shit. Yeah, 2018 was the big pop, bro, when it was fucking booming.
It's popping right now. We're either about to see a sell-off tomorrow, about to see it pay out. What do we think? Let's check the Reddit. Daily discussion thread. Only 106 people. Holy shit, what a pump. This is gonna dump so hard. If NVIDIA explodes, we could see SPY 450. That's bullshit. Buy. 2 minutes after I buy puts, we skyrocket. Yep, I agree. It might pay out. You're right. Rug pull. Are we getting the rug pull today, fellas? Are we getting that 4 o'clock rug pull? Could be.
If only if I could tell the future, bro, I would tell you.
There's always a comment.
What, on Reddit or for me?
I'm just reading these Reddits.
Oh yeah.
I got -1 karma until I comment somewhere else. It's a buy every red candle kind of day. Kind of sus. I sold my calls here. Market is getting ahead of itself, and if it doesn't beat, we're going to 430.
Finally seeing some action on SPY.
Yeah, we solid on SPY. Nothing short of expectations here. Our future. Let's check how futures are doing. That's a real indicator. Futures at 444. Interesting. Crude oil is down, the 10 years up, Euro is up, and the Dow Jones is also up. Gold is just kind of rocking steady at that 2 grand. A little under the cut on the 50 mark. Half a point. Not to be sentimental, but this is where those times you kind of think back about how things used to be. And you say, well, what's tomorrow going to bring? And tomorrow relies on a little stock called NVDA. Mr. Banjo, let's see if we can get you up here. Mr. Impractical Banjo, do you have a mic? I'd like to pick your brain on what you think might turn over tomorrow or this evening in the market. Not active at the moment. Then you're a robot. How do I know you're real? I'll get going. Hey, you don't gotta get going. I just want to make sure that you have the right opinion. I'm fucking with you. That's some solid work. September is usually the worst month. I'm a Q4 guy. Q4 as in you trade earnings, or Q4 as in we're looking to get a little bit more out of that holiday check. Holiday season. Because the Reddit thread wants to just keep ass into earnings, man. All earnings are ass end. If I didn't earn my ass at the end of it, then it wasn't worth earning. 10% all-time high from NASDAQ ATH. Do we have any band bets going on? Who has active band bets? So I put the house on NVIDIA puts. All right, I'm gonna let it ride until somebody wants to say something. We'll check back in like an hour. Peace.